All the demons quiet, yeah, we were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah, we were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan, they know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan, they know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan, they know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan, they know that we're calling it wrong.
Nobody is coming to save you. Get up. Be your own hero.
All right, good evening and welcome to Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind, coming to you in this hunk of mess we call the International Fake Station. Yeah, a little while ago I caught my foot on one of them cables back there. I'm thinking it might be life support. It might just be the grow lights for the little tomato plants that we're growing upside down because we do science. That's what we like to do up here. So, wow. Hey, how's everybody doing tonight? Is my connection, everything okay? Everybody getting everything 5x5? It's looking like things are lagging a little bit on my system here. Maybe I need to close some shit down a little bit there. Yeah, I think that's what I do. Let me do this over here too. I might have it being confused there. That's a little better, I believe. At least for me. It might not be doing it to you, but it's like freaking me out because I feel like I'm in a time warp or something. So anyway, let me see. I wanted to talk. Oh, on our theory of dark money. Okay. I just wanted to let everybody know that that has been peer reviewed. Okay. I put the hypothesis forth on Lucky Haskins' comments today. I told him, I said, if I've my ledger shows that I have three $60 deposits, but my balance is $2 million. So my math is not wrong. Okay. What it is I have dark money, and Lucky backed that up further by saying, and you know that the dark money exists because you can't prove that it doesn't. And I thought, wow, there you go. That's proof positive right off the bat. So we're learning science, you guys, the way that the Globers do it. And we're doing it in ways that can benefit us financially, as you can tell. So here in a minute, I'm going to put I've had a lot of positive responses regarding some of my wife's crochet goods. And I'm going to put that link down here in the chat to where you guys can see some of her work and get in touch with her to be able to order some things if you want to, whether it be F-bombs, a bag of dicks, or whatever. And I guess she'll work something out with you. So I told her I would do that. And like an idiot, I just closed up Facebook, and I should have left it open so I can give you that link. I'll also put it in the description tonight. So let me copy this. I'm going to put this down here. Paste. I believe Barbara received something. Our friend Jehovah's lovely daughter Barbara, I believe, has received something from my wife's craftsmanship there. Maybe she'll come up later and show it to us. I'm going to stick this over here. Oh, it won't let me do it in there because they're being pissy about links. Anyway, it's in the chat. I'll keep posting it. Anyway, one of the things I like to do on here, I've been kind of getting into it because I like looking at these debate reviews. I like reviewing these because, one, I'm really checking out the psychology on both sides. Now, last night we looked at one that was regarding whether God exists or not, and I noted some of the apparent differences, as well as some kind of like almost you could call them psychological differences between the two sides, just in their way they were appearing things. And you may remember I mentioned something called Sanpeku eyes, right? So I want to look into that. I'm going to show you something about that here real quick. It's also called psychopath eyes, but it doesn't sound politically correct to call it that, you know? So I'm going to pull this up over here just so we can look at it real quick before we get into this tonight. I'm making it bigger so y'all can see it at home. I'm going to share the screen here. And then I'll get into some shout outs. Jehovah's daughter Barbara says she got 4 dicks today. Where's that at? There it is. She got 4 of them today in a bag. And it was the diversity pack. That was the diversity package because it was racially inclusive. So that's awesome too, right? So anyway, as you can see, what I noticed about Brenda last night, and I'm not ridiculing or anything like that. I'm just an observation. And along with other obvious things that, in my opinion, go along with it, just along with the atheism, the, whole transition thing, whatever, and I'm looking at this and it says, and it's in these eyes, and Sanpeku eyes it's from a Japanese art of face reading, but it is pretty good. I mean, this doesn't mean it's 100% conclusive, but it means 3 whites. So when you can see the whites all around the iris, on 3 sides, and in some cases even 4, it's a indication of some kind of distress, usually mentally, stressfully, whatever the case may be. But in any case, it's not healthy. It's not considered to be healthy, especially spiritually. And this thing here says crime dramas, thriller movies, and mystery novels have popularized psychopathy, contributing to plenty of myths around what it truly means. For example, sometimes people use psychopath interchangeably with other stigmatizing terms such as evil, violent, or criminal. And that's true. That is true. Perhaps you've read psychopaths experience no emotions at all and care nothing for consequences of their actions. You might have even heard it's possible to recognize a psychopath simply by looking into their eyes, yet psychopathy is somewhat more complex. Let's see, your eyes and their movements can convey a lot of information about mood and emotions, from happiness to humor to boredom to disdain. And I looked at, let me show you something here. If I can, I'm going to get rid of that for a second. And there we go, Sanpeku eyes. So some examples of this. Let me go to the images just so you can get an example and know what I'm talking. Look it up, and definitely look into it. Yeah, we were. It's not what we're gonna. I mean, that's not the topic tonight, Renee. But I'm just bringing it up in response to some things I noticed about one of the panelists on last night's debate. And I'm starting to, damn you, Renee. Now I'm starting to look at everybody's fucking eyes and shit because she's the one that told me about this. And then I started looking into it, and I'm like, oh, little click, click, click pieces of puzzle clicking together. But this is kind of the thing that they're talking about. See, here's like Manson. I can already tell that middle one right there is Manson. And but see, this, it's like distress. It's internal distress. Yeah, these are good examples of what you see. And when you start looking into that, boy, I'll tell you what, it was kind of telling for me, because I was like, oh Lord. And then just putting all of the pieces together, like, okay, there's the atheism, there's this globe belief system, despite any logic to it whatsoever. And all of this put together, it's almost like this embracing of, oh no, I have to be this way, or I don't know. It just really struck me as nuts, but something to consider. And not disparaging Brenda or anything. I think she's been on the panel here once before, arguing for the globe. And if I'm not mistaken, they got mad and quit or some shit. So I don't know. Well, let me get over here before we get into all of this and give a shout out to everybody I see in my little realm here tonight. I'm going to be on The Missing Link with Jesse tomorrow evening at 8 p.m. on The Missing Link. If one of my mods, I don't think he's set up a link to the show yet. At least I haven't seen it yet. I don't know. Let me check these notifications real quick and see if there's something to. Nope, I was the last one to put anything up about it. Okay, I'll check back later. But anyways, where The Missing Link. If somebody could put a link up to The Missing Links page in the chat, that would be awesome. And so that should be a lot of fun. Is everything still going? Okay. I'm looking over here on the YouTube side, and it's looking screwy. So let's see who all I have in here. Let me check out all of my peeps. I got Renee Bernays, of course. Daniel Watkins, Boston Guy 51. Let's see. Yeah, yes. It's pretty interesting. Once you open crack the seal on that little bit, it'll open the door for a lot of other shit. It'll really make some things apparent to you. Could be a mind control thing too. Yeah, that's what Renee was saying. Let's see, you got that's Daniel Watkins. Yeah, Tartarian Mandela. Let's see, Ida Hat. Got Jehovah's daughter Barbara. I hope you're enjoying that. Maybe you can come up later and show it to everybody. It's cool. I have to. Let me see. She sent a video. I wonder if she sent it through this thing. It's on a different platform, and it wasn't done uploading the iCloud thing or something. I'm going to see if I can open it real quick, and maybe there's a way I can share it. We'll look into it. Let me let that load. Anyway, wow. Yeah, Jack Parsons. That's a great example. Yeah, he had that. That is a great example. Let's see. Chilling's with us tonight. Tartarian Mandela. Whoa, there's two big subjects. Good to see you too, Tartarian Mandela. So, had a strange experience today. I don't know if any of you caught Flatzoid's perspective, but he did a show today where he had Brian Stavely of Dose of Reality on. And like out of nowhere, I don't know, I had never heard of this guy before. But out of nowhere, somehow this guy got the StreamYard link and he came up on the panel. And the StreamYard link, to the best of my knowledge, wasn't advertised to anyone. He came up. Flatzoid didn't even know who he was. He rolls up onto the show, And then he starts hitting people with these bullshit Mandela effects, like, oh, Bill Clinton? Yeah, it's now William Clinton. And I'm like, oh my fucking God, did you not know Bill and William are the same? What are you doing? And it was almost like somebody just slid in and tried to hijack, like if any new people were coming in and wondering about Mandela effect, they're going to hear this guy who just like hijacked the fucking stream and started throwing bullshit Mandela effects out there. It's like, what are you doing, man? Let Brian do this. He's been doing it for a long time. He's doing a thing for Anarchapulco. Nobody here's ever even heard of you. Where did you come from? And it was just very suspicious to me that this guy came from like fucking nowhere. And boom, there he is. What was his name? Something Geographic Mandelas or some shit like that. I don't know. I'd never fucking heard of his channel. And here he is, just bam, all of a sudden, and he just hijacked the fucking stream. I was like, this is some bullshit. What's going on? That's nuts. So anyway, I watched this from two guys that I had never myself heard of. Maybe some of you had. And this is between Ross Perry of Real Offended and a guy that goes by Leophilius. And I put the link in the description of where to go to for this video, because YouTube will allow me to put YouTube links in here. Fucking assholes, I'll tell you what. Anyway, I had never heard of the two, and it started out kind of interesting. And what I started to say is I like doing these because they give us talking points and points of interest that we can stop the debate and expand upon. And of course, I've got the link pinned up in the top of the chat, so people are free to come on up here. Just, recognize decorum of conversation and, try not to interrupt and shit. Sometimes it's hard. People don't know. There's a little bit of a delay and shit like that happens. But you know how to behave. Just behave. That's all. So anybody's welcome to come up here. I don't care if you believe the Earth's a globe or you don't believe it's a globe. You're welcome to come up. If you want to discuss why I think one way or the other, that as well is welcome. So that's why I pinned the link up into the top of where the chat is at right now. So let me go ahead and expand this view. I've queued it up past the little introduction. I'm not sure if Ryan was the moderator, and I'm not really too sure myself how I really feel about him as a moderator. I'm going to have to see him do a few more, but I don't know if he's I don't know, man. He's all right, I guess. I don't think he does the best job. I think he could do better. Let me put it that way. I'm not bad mouthing him. I'm just saying I think he could do better. But anyway, very interesting. Once it started getting into it at the very beginning of this, it's very rudimentary. Oh yeah, Mr. Super Sidewinder. Yes, they did. They came in the mail. I sent them in the mail, and the people at the post office, because they had to pick out a box. They had to help me pick out a box, what would be the right size to send it in. And they thought that shit was funny as hell. Because it said right on it, bag of dicks, right? And he's like, is that really what that says on there? It's like, yeah. I said, open it up and look. He said, oh, come here and look at this. It was funny as shit. So yeah, they're getting quite popular. Anyway, yeah, here's Barbara's video. I wonder, I can download it, I think. Is it just download? There. My download will begin. There, save to downloads. All right, we'll see what happens. And then maybe I can throw it over here. I'll throw it up on Facebook, and then I can share it on here. All right. See, I'm getting technographical, bro. And Renee got F-bombs. Yes, F-bombs are really cool. You throw them at your dog. You can throw them in anything. Throw an F-bomb. Keep you from having to pay in the swear jar, right? All right. So let me bring this up And once again, this is Modern Day Debates, and it was Ross Perry and Leophilius. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Maybe they'll correct me here.
Got one for me? Okay.
Yeah.
Or what if you could just tell me when I'm at 2 minutes?
Oh, here we go. We're gonna have circles of despair.
That'll be great.
2 minutes? All right, you got it.
I just want to make sure my audio is good.
Yeah, you are coming in a little low, so if you want to bring it up.
All right. Just let me know if I'm good. I'm good.
You're good.
All right. So, hello everybody. Unlike my last debate, this debate is purely about science. So I'm going to go ahead and get right to the experiments, if you don't mind. Can I show my screen?
Yeah. Sure.
All right. I'm going to share screen. Awesome. Everybody.
Damn thing.
Everybody can see that?
Make me angry.
Yep. We have that on our screen now.
All right. So on my last debate, I got a lot of complaints that I didn't have any points or whatever. Although I did, I wanted to make sure that that is not a complaint this time. So I wanted to quickly outline what my points are. And I'm going to specify which points can be proven scientifically, which points cannot be proven scientifically. And at the end of the day, it's just our philosophical speculations. And then we can go from there. So my first main point is the Earth is not moving. All right. So you know what? Let me just go on and get right to the experiments. So evidence number one. Now, you know, for the purpose of this conversation, because sometimes the people who watch this channel, they get confused on what the scientific method actually is. So I just want to keep the scientific method as clean, as simple as possible. Observations and experiments. If we're not talking about something that we've observed, or if we're not talking about experiments that we've done, then we're actually not talking about scientific. We're not talking about the scientific method at all.
Which is exactly what I say. Lucky Haskins says, you know, you can't just take a bunch of mathematical predictions, especially when they violate physical laws. And just because it's a mathematical formula, to go, oh yeah, that's exactly what must be happening. Then it's ridiculous, and that's the whole crux of this. That's because there is it's philosophy. Basically, it's philosophy. It isn't really science.
We're talking about philosophy, and while philosophy is great, I consider myself to be somewhat of a philosopher. This is a scientific debate, so I want to just, especially if we're talking about things that can be proven scientifically, let's just focus on what the experiments tell us. Let's just focus on what the observations tell us. Okay, so I have two experiments that basically prove that the Earth is not moving. The first one, obviously, is Michelson and Morley, but I'm going to do that one second because I think everybody does that one, right? So let's talk about Aries failure. This is the second one. I don't know if I want to play this whole video, but the gist of the video, right? I don't like this guy's voice. Oh, basically, okay, so
You're at 2 minutes.
Okay, 2 minutes left?
No, oh, sorry. You've been talking for 2 minutes. I thought you meant 2 minutes in. All right, sorry.
Okay, so this is Aries failure right here. This is an experiment that you can do at home that proves that the Earth is not moving. All right. So just to be clear, right? If you want to assert that the Earth is moving, you have to provide experiments that go against this, and then we can maybe have a discussion. But if you don't have experiments, let alone observations, then this is already a cooked turkey. You know what I mean? This is literally all of scientific consensus actually agrees on this, that based upon all observation and experiment, the Earth is not moving. I want to say that one more time so people don't get confused. All of scientific consensus agrees that based on all observation and experiment, the Earth is not moving. If you're asserting that it is moving, it's not based on any experiment that we have done terrestrially, and we can't leave the Earth, so it's not based on any experiment we've done anywhere else either. All right. So this is the experiment. I'm going to break it down really quickly. This is something you can do at home. So this is not like, oh, it's too complicated for us to understand, so we have to appeal to authority and believe in what the scientists say. If you take a telescope, right, and you're looking at a light that's directly above the telescope, if neither the light or the telescope is moving, then you don't have to shift the telescope to receive the light, okay? If one of them is moving, then you'll have to put it at a slight tilt to receive the light directly on the telescope. All right. So this is the truth. If you go outside, you look at stars, you have to tilt the telescope slightly to get the star right
God bless
right
America.
in the pocket. And that's because either the telescope is moving or the sky is moving. Now, all observation would tell us that the sky is moving, but that's not enough, right? If we're going to make a scientific inquiry, we should have some experiment to go with that. All right. So Ari ran this experiment to see.
Come on, man.
Which one is it? The way that he devised to be able to tell the difference is he put water in his telescope, right? Very genius idea. That means that because the water will slow down the light, if the earth is actually moving, when the water hits the light, the earth will still be moving. And so you'll need to tilt the telescope about 5 degrees more to match the new angle because the earth is still moving. All right. If the earth isn't moving and the sky is moving and the lights are just coming off at a 5-degree tilt, then even when you put water in the telescope, right, you won't need to tilt it anymore because it'll still be the same angle coming off because the earth is stationary. You understand? So this experiment has been done many times. That was the original document that they just showed. That's the original document from the experiment right there. I also have that down here somewhere right there. This is the original document from that experiment. So this goes along with the Michelson and Morley experiments, but I don't think I need to beat into the ground anymore. You guys have seen that experiment done on here multiple times. The whole theory of relativity was made to combat the results of the Michelson and Morley experiments and Nicholson-Gale-Pearson. That's right. These experiments have been done over and over and over. The result is the earth is not moving. So unless you're going to provide some evidence that proves that the earth is moving, that is a cooked turkey already. All right. That's my first point. All right. The earth is not moving based on all observation and experiment. Number 2, the earth is the center of the cosmos. Okay. This cannot be proven scientifically. All right. I want you guys to understand this. This cannot be proven scientifically. We cannot do experiments that prove that the earth is the center of the cosmos. So all we have to rely on is our observations. All right. So I'm gonna try to speed through these because look, this is Lawrence Krauss, right? The head atheist himself, one of my favorite people to listen to. This is him admitting that because of the CMB, right? Because of the flatness problem and the Hubble tension. All right. I have a video on this of a professor of physics from the University College of London explaining how, based upon what we think we know about physics, we really don't know anything. I want to keep it as simple as possible. The bottom line is scientifically, we don't really know right now. So we have to go based upon what the observations tell us, and it tells us that we're in the center. Okay. So this is another description of the Michelson and Morley. This is okay. This is the from the CMB came from the Planck probe, right? So these are the comments on it. This is Edwin Hubble himself, right? Quote, if the red shifts are a Doppler shift, which they always are, the observations as they stand lead to the anomaly of a closed universe, curiously small and dense, and it may be added suspiciously young. This is Edwin Hubble himself, right? Letting you know that based on all observation, the earth is in the center of the universe. All right. So if you have some observations that tell us something different, I know you don't have experiments because we cannot experiment.
He's actually fallen for the trap. I hate to say it, but this guy, the flat earther, has fallen for the trap. He's proving the negative. You understand? I don't have to show that there's not movement. You have to show me that there is. That's your claim. You see? I'm not going to sit here and show how there's not movement. I don't have to do that. He's fallen into the trap. The positive claims are of these specific speeds, specific sizes, specific distances. That's positive claim, right? I don't have to prove that those are not true. You have to demonstrate how they are true. And I was thinking about this too, just is if light is slowed down by water, okay, and they're trying to calculate the distance to stars, and these stars are initially, the light is coming and propagating through water. If the medium above the firmament is water, wouldn't that fuck up all their calculations and actually make them think that it was much further away than it actually is? I would say so. But I think they already know that. How you doing tonight, Jesse? Good to see you, my friend.
Nice to see you. Good to see you. Had two interviews, or one good interview today, 2 interviews tomorrow. And one starts off the AM with a lady that the government in Canada is trying to take her kids when she did nothing wrong. and
Oh
they're
shit.
trying to kidnap her kids. She's got sole custody of them, and they're got a warrant for kidnapping her own kids that she's got only sole custody. They've never been in government custody. So we're going to be exposing some CPS stuff, some government corruption, judge going back, changing court documents, changing orders from what actually happened. So talk about Mandela effect. The government, the judge is going back to a prior proceeding, which there was no order, changing and saying that yes, there was an order at the time, that it never actually happened. So like a real life Mandela effect, you're going to see tomorrow at noon Eastern Standard Time. And then Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind Dave is going to be on the Missing Link Live, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I'm really looking forward to the conversation. Been kind of panel jumping. I was just over at Brian Stavely's Dose of Reality, phoned in, told everybody tomorrow about the thing. So he said he's going to be working, but he'll watch the replay. And he made me a moderator there to share the link out. And I think I just
Nice.
shared it out here on your chat. So
Oh, did you? Did you? Good, good, good. I need that. Let's see there. Okay, I have to go over here to get it though, because
well, I
StreamYard.
sent it to you in an email. So I sent you the StreamYard link, and then I sent you the Rumble, the Facebook, the YouTube, and the Twitter
Hold up.
links that people can watch. So obviously don't share the StreamYard, but the other 4 links that I
Right.
sent you in the email, you can send those. So if anybody has any of those platforms, please subscribe and then watch, in which one is your favorite. And all of the comments on all those different 4 platforms come up on StreamYard. So it doesn't matter which one you watch. You'll be able to be a part of the chat. And if you got some good questions for Dave, I'll be, asking any good questions, because I like to have audience participation in the interviews as well.
Okay, yeah, I got them right here. Damn thing didn't notify me. I had to refresh my inbox because I still had the mail highlighted in my inbox and it didn't show anything new. But then when I open it up, I look right here, and right from you, it's got all the links. Cool. I'm gonna leave that open too. Should already have a freaking star on it. Where did it go? I gotta stop these people from sending me all this bullshit all the time. Where the fuck did it go? Oh, it's up at the top. Okay. Well, let me start again. There. Jesus, criminally. All right. Yeah. Good. Okay, cool. We're ready to rock and roll. Yeah, that should be a lot of fun, man. I think we're gonna have a good time.
So you're welcome to share screen. You're welcome to presentation. You're welcome to, do whatever you like. We got quite a large audience from,
Mhm.
the 10 different platforms that, we're on. So, we'll probably reach 5 to 10,000 people. So, make sure that, whatever you want presented as information, out to, lots of people, then, I'm open for whatever, however, or it'll just be a chat, whatever it is, whatever it is you feel like it's your time to shine.
Right on. I mean, I'll just go from whatever questions you have within the interview or whatever, and go from there. I just do best on my feet. Boom. And I've got all my stuff readily available. And then, like I said, StreamYard, I know how to work everything on here. So I'll be able to do that if I need to, share screen, that kind of thing.
Yeah, perfect. Just have some stuff for, some proof, some good ones. If you have any videos, like whatever it is that you want to enlighten anybody willing to listen, because, we have a very awake and aware audience of what's going on with governments, with frequencies, with, the medical industry, all that kind of stuff. But we haven't gotten in too much with the flat Earth. We had Brian Stavely on a couple years ago. He's going to be back on March 20th, but he's going to be talking about 9/11. We've had a few people talk about it. So anything to enlighten, those that, are going to be watching, would be totally appreciated.
Right on. Right on. Well, we'll do exactly that then. We will dazzle and amaze, man. At least we'll
Awesome.
try.
What you got going on here? I just popped in.
We're covering a debate that took place between a guy named Leophilius and Ross Perry, and it was on Modern Day Debate. And that's why I was just saying, this guy right off the bat, the flat earther, I think he's fallen into the trap. He's right off the bat starts out proving negatives of their claim. See, they're claiming these distance. They claim movement, right? I would have saved Aries' failure. I would have saved that shit for his claim to movement. You see, I wouldn't right out the gate start with that. I would just look, here's what we observe. This is what we see. This is what we have found to be impossible about the claim of a globe. Okay. And there's where you go from, because it's just like I've used the analogy before. If I make a claim that I can turn into a chicken, you don't have to prove that I can't. I have to prove that I can. You see? And so, because if you've never observed that happening, and of course no one else has it either. So no, that's bizarre. You have to prove that you can turn into a chicken, not that me prove that you can't. And I think it's just like this: stick to what's scientifically verifiable, and be wary of claims unless you can absolutely 100% prove that claim. There's nothing wrong with saying I don't know. I was in a conversation with someone on Facebook today where they were, well, how far away is the sun? I said, I don't know how far away. Well, see, that proves the globe. And I says, no, it doesn't prove the globe at all. Okay. I don't have a specific distance or a size. I just know that in comparison to the earth, that the sun is relatively close and relatively small. And this is based on the way things work that we see, observe. It's based on the way light behaves. You know, we see evidence that it's not a huge ball of fire 93 million miles away. Okay, that's your claim. How did you get this idea? That's what I'm telling. There's where I go right there. See, I don't know what the sun is. I don't even know if the sun that we see is actually a physical object. It might be just a point of energy. You know, how do we go about analyzing that? So, you know, unless we can actually know what the fuck the sun and the moon actually are, that doesn't mean that what you claim they are, that's what it is at all. You know, it just means that you don't know either, and you just made something up.
And it's
That's
not
the
like
way.
they haven't lied to us before. Like, we have so much, provable lies that's being in their indoctrination. And what puzzles me is that isn't the moon and the sun the exact same size? So if one is, here and one is, billions of miles away, that's just really strange how that's the exact same size. And, the other thing is, how if it's in the creationism theory, if things are expanding and the universe is ever getting bigger and bigger, why would the stars be in the same place year after year after year? The same figures, the same stars. That's, like mathematically totally puzzles me.
And then turn around and scream about parallax while never wondering why you're not seeing parallax regarding the very constellations you're talking about, which it would be constant. It would be constant. I think it's a 500,000 miles an hour or something like that the fucking sun is blasting away from the middle of the Milky Way. Might even be faster than that. I don't know. We're not moving at all, but this is their claim. We're zooming millions and millions of miles a year, man, away from the center of the Milky Way, but we can still navigate by the fixed stars and have for, we know, at least 3,000 years, because of the fact that we call the tropics by the name Cancer and Capricorn, and those are based on the equinox. Well, that was in the age of Aries, the ram. Okay, this is in a different age now that we're coming to the end of. Rightfully, those things based on the sun position at the equinox, the tropics should actually be Sagittarius and Gemini. And they'll switch again. It's always the two opposites. And so they've known this. So you got to figure at least 3,000 years traveling at these phenomenal rates through this void, and we still have the exact same star positions.
There used to be the before it got smashed, the Georgia Guidestones, and
Mm-hmm.
didn't they have like a looking place that you could look, and it would always be at that exact same time, some kind of Polaris or something that was,
Yeah.
you know, at that star. And if they really ever wanted to, you know, finalize this and, you know, show that the Earth is a round spinning ball, if they could get a spaceship or a camera or a rover on Mars, why wouldn't they just take something, spin it around, and have it hover with video showing the whole entire Earth with the moon going around it, with the sun in the back, something real time, visible footage that you could actually see, and not the Hollywood crazy made up stuff, like something that actually looked real. Because, you know, even those spacewalks and stuff, the way they got the camera angles and stuff, it doesn't look real at all to me.
No, look, the problem is nobody's going to ever get a camera to that type of a perspective. That it's impossible to get a camera to that perspective, mainly because you'll never achieve the altitude necessary. Not without somehow breaching the containment, which so far has not been done. Otherwise, we'd be dead.
When was watching one of the rocket things, it's interesting how the rocket goes up, and then it goes this way, and then it goes straight this way, and it stays. I don't know if it was around 3,000 or 30,000. I'm not sure what it was, but it was a while ago. But it just flattens out. It's like it's going somewhere out of the distance. It's not going straight out. And then we got this Musket guy, when he launched his car, he says it looks so fake, it must be real. Like, come on, like, really? It looks so fake, it must be real. Like, is that not programming 101?
Well, yeah, and think about this. No, and these people were believing that this car is up there in space. Never once thinking, why isn't the dashboard melting? Why didn't the tires explode? Right? How is the paint not peeling? I mean, give me a break. None of that makes any sense. And of course it was fake. Of course it was fake. Nobody's getting out of here. Not in this physical form anyway. Okay, that's first and foremost. We're never nobody gets out of here alive. That's the reality. Nobody gets out of here alive. So you have to wonder, what is it that they're actually doing? What is it that they're actually trying to achieve? Right? And I think it's just showbiz, man. It's showbiz to keep you distracted. 100%. Because the globe Earth does a lot of things. It actually promotes atheism. It actually promotes the idea of, oh, I'm sorry, Truman, you can't be an explorer. Every place has already been found already, right? How do you know that?
And it promotes stealing the money from people. It promotes stealing money on a fake space race. All of a sudden, the 40s and 50s, how can we suck more money out of the people? Oh, by creating this fake narrative, this arms war, this space war, and get people believing, hiring Hollywood to make all these fantastical space productions to go along with Roswell, to justify them fleecing the people from all the money that they take on trying to find some other places, when we can't even fix the Earth and bring it into alignment where everybody's got clean water and food and shelter. But yet we're going to spend all this money on something else instead of just taking care of the people that are here.
Yeah, that's silly. But people go along with it because they're hypnotized. They're in a spell. And a lot of people are breaking free of that spell, but for a long time, the human race has been under a fucking spell. It's not that things have really gotten much sillier. They have, but I mean, the corruption and the bullshit that people are seeing, that's always been there. The only difference is they're just now starting to see it. They're starting to, the veil's ripping. It's not working anymore. The illusion is fading. And the same thing is going on with the globe and with the NASA shit. I mean, I'm seeing 30 to 50% laughing emojis on NASA's posts on Facebook and shit. It's amazing. It's amazing. I never before would have thought that. But it's coming to the point right now where I truly believe there's going to be a flat earth tipping point this year. This year. I think it'll hit 50% this year. And go ahead,
cool.
Elon. Go ahead.
I'm just like, I'm not a flat earther, but I'm definitely not a heliocentric round earth model. That doesn't make any sense. I'm just still trying to figure it out. You know, still don't know if we could be round and spinning, but the earth is so much more bigger beyond. I saw an old Buddhist map from the 1400s. That may be the land that they're hiding, and that's why. So I don't have any, you know, there's some really good arguments for some of that. I've been battling this round earth guy for, not battling, but every time I see something flat earth, I send it to him, and he gives me every reason why, and he starts very politely, you know, and so I'm just constantly sending him everything, and I know it's going to irk his bubble a little bit, but I want to hear what he has to say. So there's some convincing arguments, you know, about, you know, the sun at the, you know, Arctic, you know, or at north, that's 24 hours a day. There's some puzzling things about the toilets being flushed in the northern hemisphere, southern hemisphere going different ways. Like there's some things that still puzzle me.
That's an old wives' tale. If that's true, then that means that my bathroom must be right on the equator. Because I got one drain that goes one way, I got another drain that goes the other way, and they don't always go the same way. It just depends on which way the water's influenced into the hole. That's all. That little trick they do at the equator for tourists, that's exactly what it is. It's just a trick. It's the way the water has been introduced into the drain. That's all. Nothing more of it. Okay, and toilets, the water, when it comes in, right, to the from the sides of the bowl, it doesn't come straight down. Those jets are angled, you know, otherwise you end up with straight line streaks.
That makes sense.
That covers the entire bowl. So yeah, that's a bunch of nonsense, man. Snipers don't have to account for the spin of the earth under a bullet. Long-range shooters that use high-caliber weapons account for bullet spin. Okay? The bullet is spinning due to the rifling, and due to a gyroscopic effect, this thing also wants to drift in the direction of the spin, albeit very negligible. All right? That's the only amount of drift in that respect that they have to account for, not for the spin of the earth. Now, these people that believe that, I could give them a heckler and cock and fuck them all up because it has the rifling twist the opposite direction. So, what happened? The earth started spinning the other way, I guess. Huh? What? See, that's just silly nonsense. It's sort of like, well, if there's really a Santa Claus, why can't we go see him? Well, because he lives far away at the North Pole. Oh, well, how come the Coriolis? Well, you're not a long-range 2-mile shooter for the military, blah, blah, blah. So it's one of those things you can't really check for yourself. But myself, I have a lot of experience with firearms, and I know exactly the bullshit that they're pulling with that. So
would wind be a factor? Like if there were things were stormy, like, you know, and like, you know, that would have to be into long range shooting?
Yes, you have to take into account windage and elevation due to bullet drop. So it's important to have a good idea as to the range of the bullet as it starts to drop. And this has to do with the amount of speed that goes behind it. The bullet is constantly dropping from the time it leaves the muzzle of the gun, right? So what you're wanting to do is you're wanting to take up that drop time with as much forward momentum as you can. And so if you're going a little longer, if you look on a scope, you'll have these little things are called mil dots on the lines, or little dots on the lines. And those are so that you can adjust your elevation and windage. Now, usually somebody will look and you can use a piece of ribbon, or you can even have a little handheld indicator that'll show you the direction and speed of the wind. And that sometimes, most of the time, that's kind of a guess. You got to take into a little bit of a guess, and it comes with experience. But with experience and understanding these principles, you can become a long-range target shooter and be quite good at it. So, never have to take into account the spin of the earth. And unless you're using something bigger, a 50 cal or bigger, you're not going to be shooting 2-3 miles and shit, with any kind of accuracy anyway. So it's just a nonsense fucking argument that they use.
The other thing that boggles my mind is that if, we're on this spinning ball and then Australia is on the bottom and it's upside down, how does like the ships not fall off? How does the water not fall off? How does, how is we're up, or if we're at the bottom, how are we sucked in to the earth? But yet if something is flying, it's not sucked in. Like, it's just that stuff puzzles me as well.
Well, it's based on this bullshit thing, gravity. Okay. And it's a claim of mass attracting mass. And there's really no proof of that at all. It's just a claim. Okay. And so what they do is they take it as a fact, and then they build entire physics models or theoretical physical models on this crap. Now, when you call or bluff on it, they say, well, look, gravity. When you say, look, it's buoyancy and density. Nothing more than relative density disequilibrium. Well, look at the buoyancy formula. See that G in there? Well, I could just replace that with an A, because all that is a measured effect. Nobody disagrees that things drop at a certain rate on Earth. Nobody doubts that. That's a given. We know that. It's the reason why that's at dispute. So I can change that rate by manipulating the independent variable of the medium. In other words, the air. So what happens when I put something in a vacuum? Oh my God, it weighs more. Wonder why that is. Gee. They always want to show you the two things dropping, but they don't want to tell you that each of those things actually weighs more in the vacuum. What is weight? Weight's the relative density of an object in ratio to the relative density of the medium that it's in. Either the medium will support it or it won't. If something rises, it means that the medium is denser than the object. If it drops, it's the other way. If it goes nowhere, it's the same. It's equal. And everything is seeking equilibrium. Gravity gone. Boom. Over.
Yeah, it's just like I said, it makes no sense. So it's definitely puzzling, but I just try to keep an open mind to everything. And until I can actually get up there to see, or if that's when I'll actually have firm, knowing of what it is. And until then, I'll just keep, entertaining all the ideas, all the questions, and
your kids will
there's
too.
people that believe
Your kids will
firmly in
too.
this side.
Your kids will too, though, Jesse, and their kids will too. Look how long they've been kicking the fucking can down the road, man. When I was a kid, they said that by 1980 there would be commercial space flight. And I was still a little hopeful. I thought that was on the way because they had that space shuttle after all, right? They had that space shuttle, and that's why they were developing it, so that they could transition into commercial space flight. And here we are, here at 2024, and the big Artemis mission to go back to the moon. They kicked the can down the road for another 2 years on that shit. I could have told you that was happening. It's never going to happen, man. They're going to keep putting that carrot on a stick in front of everybody, and these hopeful people are going to go, oh my God, yes, I can't wait. Oh, you'll see when Elon starts taking people up into space. Yeah, get out of here. That's not happening.
Well, what I'm a little bit, concerned about is, and before I get into that, 1997, Richard Branson said within 10 years we'd have space travel. He had Virgin Galactic, and in 1997 said within 10 years we're going to have commercial space travel. That never happened, but he did get knighted in during that time. So, you know, was he honest in wanting to try, and then they showed him the truth and he gets knighted to keep his mouth shut? Who knows what exactly, that happened there. But with this technology and Neuralink and these virtual glasses, could you imagine that they say to people, guess what, you're going to go on this, tour to Mars or to here or to there. They put them into some cockpit. They put a drug in them. They implant the whole experience into their mind, into the consciousness. They come back, oh, Mars is amazing. We saw this, we saw that. But they were actually never left the seat. They were just in a drugged state. So this is, to try to prove that and have so many people, yes, I saw it. And, they actually believe it to be true, but it could be a drug-induced experience with implanted minds. So I wouldn't put it past, them for, having space travel, getting people to pay all this extortionate amounts of money for it, where they're just getting an implanted experience opposed to the actual real experience.
Yeah, it's I believe some of these guys are actually MK Ultra. They actually think they have been to space, and I think they take like people on the spectrum and do that to them. I think I'm fully think that Don Pettit's one of those, and that what's that other guy that's with him all the time, John Mossimo, or I think is his name. They both had to look at each other to decide whether they could see stars in space or not. And then they go, oh, yeah, we see the nebulas and we say the sidewinder. And it's like, what the fuck? He's like, goes off in some kind of like little weird shit, man. Weird people. Anyway, that's it.
It was a classic, that Buzz Aldrin talking to that, a preschooler or whatever, like in junior or elementary school, and say, how come we've never been back? Well, I would like to know that too. And he's probably hammered because apparently to go along with some bullshit, you have to be, a substance abuser or whatever it is, to have your conscience. But, he's like, I would like to know that too. But apparently we lost the technology. With all the advancements in technology, they actually had the balls to say we lost the technology on how to get back, but we had the technology with a landline to call the moon or whatever on a landline in the 60s, right? But we don't have that anymore.
Yeah, no, listen, they are so convinced at how dumbed down people are that they're not worried about it. And as far as Buzz is concerned, that everybody knows he's a drunk, man. Nobody's gonna listen to him. Who's gonna listen to a fucking drunk? We ain't go to the moon. Yeah, fuck you, you're drunk, right? This is where they don't care, because they know that people are stupid enough, or at least tranced enough, I have to say, in a spell, that they'll believe the shit. But they got too comfortable in their shoes with it, because now that the spell is wearing off. The spell is wearing off. There's more and more people going, come on. Now I see where who is it? Jaron is going after Matt Walsh. Matt Walsh saying the moon landing is definitely true, and anybody that thinks that it's not is some kind of fucking liberal commie and all kinds of shit. Matt Walsh, he's one of these right-wing dudes. He says what the people on his side really want to hear, but are afraid to say, that type. But yeah, it's starting to come. Matt Walsh is trans. I've heard that before. I don't know. Anyway, this guy, he needs to stop presenting an argument by defending and proving negatives, in my opinion.
On the earth and its position.
I'm going to get going.
All right.
I'm going to get going, brother.
All right, we'll see you
I just
tomorrow
want to
night.
stop by to make sure you got the email links and just to let everybody know that you'll be on our show tomorrow. And excited to, have you present and just chat with you on the missing link.
Sure enough, man. Sure enough. We'll see you tomorrow night. Looking forward to it. And you have a good evening. I'll see if I can catch
Sounds
you.
good.
What time's the one with the girl and the kids?
Noon Eastern.
Noon.
So that one's
All
at noon Eastern, and then yours is at 8 Eastern. So in that time, I'll be on a 3-hour drive between the two interviews. So it'll be
Oh, my
quite the day
word.
for me tomorrow.
All right. Well, we'll see you tomorrow then. Good night. Thanks, Jess.
Okay. You're welcome. May the source be with y'all.
May the source be with you. Yes, absolutely. Good night. So yeah, like I was saying, I wouldn't start out the gate with this, but he does all right. He does all right.
So my third point is that the surface is not curved. All right, at least the surface that we live on. All right, now you can make. Let's see. All right. So you can make a case. Like this is my problem with the people who go against flat Earth, right? If you just deal with the scientific evidence, then you can actually make a good case for the globe. But the minute you start denying what the scientific method is telling us, then you start looking crazy. You start making the flat earthers look like they're geniuses, and they're really not. Like, I'm not a genius. I'm just a guy that reads a lot, and so even before I heard about flat Earth, I thought it was dumb. But once they started telling me what it was, I'm like, oh, this is the stuff that I already believe in because I listened to Lawrence Krauss. Lawrence Krauss has said all of this already. They're just interpreting it different. All right. So you guys have already seen this. All right. When you bounce radio waves, right? Allegedly, right? When you send out radio waves, right? They can bounce off the ionosphere up to 30 or 40 megahertz. All right. So this is their excuse. When we do experiment and observation to see how.
Oh,
No living being should.
Some shit. You get 50% off. Hope my dogs don't see that.
All of this already. They're just interpreting it different. All right. So you guys have already seen this. All right. When you bounce radio waves, right? Allegedly, right? When you send out radio waves, right? They can bounce off the ionosphere up to 30 or 40 megahertz. All right. So this is their excuse. When we do experiment and observation to see how far the Earth is, how far can we send radio waves, right? We can send it infinitely far. Their excuse is that it bounces off the ionosphere. That's their excuse. Okay, but the ionosphere only stops radio waves from 30 to 40 megahertz. All right. So right here is a list of not every, but a good list of all the experiments that have been done using radio waves, right? And I don't even buy the ionosphere reason, but sure, let's give you that anyways, right? Okay, fine. Up to 30 and 40 megahertz, they can bounce off the ionosphere. Here are the megahertz on the left, right? Here's the city that they're in, right? Right here on the right. As you go, it lets you know the person that did it, what city they sent it from, what city they caught it. Do you understand? Their excuse is that up to 30 megahertz it bounced off the ionosphere. Okay, well, this is 90 megahertz. This is 90, right? Let's go higher.
And I picked up with high frequency doublet antenna. From Frankfurt, Germany, I hit Killeen, Texas, and was communicating. I think, and we had that condition. It was perfect. We had that perfect condition for like, I don't know, maybe 45 minutes, and then we lost it again. But that was that they ended up taking my radio transmitter and replacing it. And I don't know why, but anyway, that was really weird.
You see this? These are all the experiments that have been done that prove that. As a matter of fact, if you look at this data, you only have two options. Either the Earth is flat, either we're living on a flat plane, right? Or the Earth is so big, right, that it could still be a globe, but the only thing you could do to combat this evidence is that the Earth is so big. Go ahead.
1 minute left.
Okay. The only thing you can do to combat this evidence is that the Earth is so big, right, that we just can't tell. All right. So these experiments have been done.
Hey, Axis, I was there in I was there in 84 and 85. I was there 84, 85. And you were at Rhine Mine Air Base. I was at McNair. The zoo. But I worked down at 5th Corps headquarters. That's where I got that radio transmission at.
That many times, and they've been done by the military. All right, I want to hurry up because I only have 1 minute left. Okay, point number 4, everything is dielectric. All right, everything. What you think gravity is, you, me, the sun, everything. All right, the sun is not fire. It's dielectricity. It's electricity, if we're being 100% honest. And all the proof of that, right, is right here. Since I know you guys worship paper, I know you guys worship. I bet Einstein could come back in a time machine, shake you in the hand. You could see it, and you would ask him for a peer review paper. So here are all the peer review papers that prove through experimentation. I took a picture of a few of them because you can't click on the links because you need subscriptions to look at these peer review papers. All right, these are all the peer review papers proving that everything is dielectricity. All right, what you think gravity is, it's
5
just
seconds.
magnetism acting upon.
Zerzus, will you stop spamming my chat with that? If I agree with you, you're absolutely right, because I've spun dice before, and it doesn't matter. Bullets spin. It doesn't mean that it's because it's a certain shape. It kind of is, but that's not the reason that it's spin. You know, I understand what you're saying, man. It's like you're beating a dead horse. Okay.
Upon each other, right? My bad. Last thing I want to say, all right, just because I know everybody's thinking this. I know this is where everybody, even though you really shouldn't be thinking about this because it's a scientific debate, but I know your mind's going to go here. Well, why? Right? Why are they doing this? Why are they listen. The reason why people lie is because they're liars, okay? Because they get benefit from it, all right? So, you know, we really shouldn't be talking about that. I know you're going to ask me that at some point, you know what I mean? So I wanted to end it right there, but if we could, let's just focus on the observations. Let's focus on the scientific experiment, and let's really find out what's going on here. You feel me? And not, you know, anyways, that's it.
All right, let's end the screen share. And thank you so much, Ross, for your introductory statement there. So just want to remind everybody hanging out in the live chat, we are going to be doing a Q&A at the end of this discussion. Once again, welcome to Modern Day Debate. If you haven't already, hit the like button. We are a neutral debate platform. We're hosting debates on science, politics, and religion. See all you guys hanging out in the live chat, and hope you feel welcome. Leo, you got 10 minutes on the floor.
Somebody said Leo was trying to be like Neil deGrasse Tyson. I don't know. I'm going to look for it now. I'm going to look for it.
Welcome, and you want to take yourself off mute there.
Trying to be the next.
Yeah, so these debates to me, and I always preface with this, you know, I don't do these debates because I take the flat earth seriously. I do enjoy the back and forth in the discussions, but I do them because I find them fun and I find them entertaining. And I would suspect that's probably why most people are here watching, regardless of which side they find themselves on. They're convinced of their side and they're just here for the entertainment. When it comes to the shape of the Earth, it's a globe. This has been known for at least 3,500 years. We see different stars in the
Whoops, what happened? You're muted, Dave.
Sorry about that. Thank you. So this thing he's saying 3,500 years, right? They've known it's a globe. And I just got done talking about how the tropics were named, right?
Yeah.
This is because of a Cartesian coordinate system, right? Which was developed on a flat plane. So how would people know it was a globe if they were doing shit on a flat plane?
They didn't.
He's full of shit right off the bat.
Yeah, they didn't. They didn't know nothing about that back then.
Their claim of that time is because there were a few philosophers that had postulated such a possibility, and they were thought to be quite fucking nuts. Okay, it doesn't mean that it was the consensus of the people at that time, right? That's not what it meant at all. So who's he talking about? They. Who is they that knew? Are you talking about everybody or a couple of these fucking crackpot people that came out and said that shit, and other people said you're full of fucking dick? Shut up. Right?
Well, it's probably the NASA swash, you know, because NASA said so. Then everybody's, you know, there's people at NASA are smarter, so obviously they're, you know, whatever they say is going to be obvious.
Yep. He's like, oh yeah, this is they've known for how the fuck do you know what people knew 3,500 years ago? Shut up.
That's what I want to know. I love all these guys that come out and say this shit, and they're all the Globers too. It's 99.9% of them are all the Globers, and they come back and they're like, oh well, blah blah blah, and this is that, and all these years, and they don't know shit. No,
Well,
who knows? We don't know that.
they're always saying shit. They're always saying we
Right.
have sent things to the moon, and we have done. You haven't done shit, man.
Right. Like that guy last night, man, he was sure tearing his cheeks up, talking about, how we did this and we did that, man, and every single time he opened his yap, it was all bullshit and there wasn't there was all conjecture.
Yep. Speculations and hypotheses be treated as facts, and that's where the trap lays. See, and they ran those most obvious ones past you when you were young. So you ended up just taking them for granted. And then they built upon that. And it's kind of like a big, huge, fucking messy haystack to grow through. And then when you get to the bottom of it, well, shit, with that, start at the bottom of the fucking haystack. That you find out that this thing's dead before you can even get it out of the box.
Yeah. I mean, just the containment system that you come up with is so concise and to the point and to the real. I mean, to the real. It's no bullshit. It's just real, and that's all it is. You take it and cake it.
Yep. That's how you got to do, man. You start getting into this, and listen, looking at the sky to determine the condition of where you're looking at it from is stupid. It's just stupid.
Well, yeah, because I mean, I've seen a lot of things lately. You know how everything's all media and movies and shit always follow the conjecture of what's on the table as far as what we're fighting about or what we're looking at. And it's funny to me because they're always bringing out this new technology and this new crap that's it's already been, there's no new proof to anything. The proof is that the globe Earth is absolutely falling and there's no way around it. They can debate it all they want. We can talk all the crap we want to about it. The bottom line is that we are not a globe, period. And I mean, if you think, and anybody who thinks that, I mean, they're obviously just so indoctrinated, or they're so stuck in their head and their ways that I mean, it's stupid.
Yeah, well, what you find out is like I said, when you snap it off right there at the base, and it's like, no, you can't even get past the first physical impossibilities in order to get to the rest of these. And here's what I'm looking at, right? Okay, so I want to know what my floor is like in my house, right? And so I look up at the sky, I look up at my ceiling, and I notice that I have a vaulted ceiling. So that must mean that my floor is vaulted as well, right?
No.
I mean, what the fuck is this thinking that happens?
Well, the thing is that just like I sent that message off to old Elon about the firmament, that was the other thing. That was the other point that I was going to make, is that all the crap that they're bringing out is there must be 10 videos out right now about the firmament, and the biblical the prophecies and all the biblical backing and all the other shit about the 7 layers or whatever, however many layers it is. But I mean, it's pretty freaking solid that ain't nothing going out into space, and all this shit that they supposedly sent out there is all bullshit. All of it.
M-Ball says you can't even present a flat map with distances. Well, you can't present any map with proper distances either. Not a world map anyway.
No. Nope.
So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Are you a cartographer, M-Ball? Are you a cartographer? Huh? I'm not. I'm not. I can't afford to. All right. So,
well, what about this? What about this thought?
These maps? Who makes these maps?
Here's my point. Let's say somebody gets in their car, right? And they go and they drive from let's say Portland, Oregon, where I'm at, to New York. Okay. Right. There's got to be a way to trace or track the amount of elevation that you have taken and coming back to sea level and still be on a flat. There's got to be a way that could be proven that there's no roundness to the United States.
I don't have to prove that there's any flatness to it. I don't have to prove that. They have to prove that there's curvature, and they can't.
Right.
So M-Ball says, sure, there are plenty of correct maps. Name one, please. Go ahead, M-Ball. Name one. Name one.
Like
so
the one that
who makes maps? Who is it that makes maps? You think it's just some guy says, hey, I think I'm going to make a map?
government.
It's fun. Yes. Why would people need maps of the world? Why would a common man even need a map of anything outside of maybe the general area of where he lives, or even just beyond that? What would be the need for it? Right.
I mean, you buy a Thomas guide, you don't get one for Europe, right?
Usually world maps are used to establish trade routes and things like that. And they are commissioned with great amounts of money to these people that are called cartographers. Now, this is where they have to go out and survey. They have to do all kinds of shit to get these maps. Okay. And every map was made by guess who? Not you.
Exactly.
All right. Now, something interesting to consider is to consider the vast amount of empty area, or what we're told is empty area, in the Pacific Ocean as a whole.
Exactly.
Has any of you ever gone out there and checked out the whole Pacific Ocean? No.
I can honestly say that I have been out 20 miles outside of the Columbia River Bar. I can say that. That's as far as I've ever went, and there wasn't no curvature out there. I was out on the Columbia River Bar, the second worst bar in the world.
Yep, there you go, Barbara. You tell them. But this is the thing, you got to go. Anyway, let's get back into this here.
Sky versus the northern and the southern hemisphere. That's one of the first things that should tell you, we're not flat. I believe that it also looks like the sky rotates in different directions versus the northern hemisphere versus the southern hemisphere, because of the way that you would be positioned on the Earth as it rotates, which is an indication that the Earth is in fact rotating.
Not necessarily.
No.
I mean, we can even look at gravity. Gravity is...
Look at how many times they say, and this can only mean, right? And this can only mean, when no, it doesn't only mean that. That's a possible explanation amongst others.
No, Dave, what he did is he fucked up when he said we.
Yeah.
First thing he said was we are this or that. Every time he opens his mouth, it's we.
Millions of people do not fly every day. They ride as passengers in airplanes that they're not piloting, stupid. God. Come on, M-Ball. Man, what do they do? I mean, come on. I'm going, just a second. Hang tight. All right. This is to my agent out there. Is this the best you can do, man? You send me the bottom of the fucking Cracker Barrel trolls, man. What the fuck? I give you shout outs all the time. I don't care. I give you material to put me on lists for. You think you could at least send me some non-bottom of the barrel cracker fucking trolls like that. Jesus, criminally. Come on, step up your game, guys. Holy cow. There.
Do you feel better now, Dave?
I do. Come on,
Okay.
my agents aren't even trying no more, man.
They give up.
I feel let down.
Right.
Bastards.
The reason that things like planets and stars are spheres in the first place. It's something called hydrostatic equilibrium. So naturally, gravity pulls inward from every point on the surface of an object, and the internal pressure of the material which constitutes that object sort of pushes back. And what this results in is an equilibrium between the force of gravity and the internal pressure of the material. And this results in spheroidal objects in space. This is why even objects like our moon are spheroidal, and smaller asteroid bodies are spheroidal. This has to do with gravity. So this wouldn't explain why just the Earth would be a sphere. It explains why all planets, and we have seen planets in other solar systems, hint they're spheroidal, but also why objects like stars and neutron stars and things like that would be spheres as well. So when it comes to the science, one of the most fundamental theories of physics that we currently have with respect to understanding things at the cosmological level pretty much, I would say, puts the nail in the coffin in the debate. Planetary bodies are spheroidal. But again, simple observations like seeing different stars in the hemisphere, seeing objects disappear bottom first over the horizon. They don't just get smaller, they disappear bottom first. These simple intuitive things easily lead one who's just, not trying to be biased or contrarian and just using reason to think that, wow, the Earth has some sort of curvature to it. And quite frankly, I think that's honestly enough. We don't really need more to kind of intuit or figure out that the Earth is curved. The Earth is a sphere. Not only that, but we've taken pictures of it because we have been to space, because we're humans. We've done great things. We've made great strides, and we can see that the Earth is in fact a sphere, which, well, effectively confirms the shape of the Earth. And again, I really think that's about where the honest debate ends, and this is where a lot of the fun begins.
So you see what he's doing there? Now I'm just going to sit back and laugh at you because I presented my case. I lost count. I did, but I counted at least 16 assumptions that he made regarding observations, and then led a conclusion from those assumptions. It was bad. I wish I had one of those little dingy bells like Mind Shock has. I got this. That goes too long. It's not a good beeper. It's a chipmunk or something. It's a squeaker that came out of one of my dog's toys, and I'm glad the dog didn't swallow it because that would have freaked me out, man, making that noise in the house. Why is there a dog making that noise? Anyway, yeah, drive safe, Nick. Don't get a DUI.
That was funnier than shit right there.
What's that?
That was funny. Don't get a DUI. That was so on point right there, bro.
Oh, he's doing a poor job explaining the science. Well, no, he's doing a great job because everything that he mentioned was a lack of science. It really was. It was philosophy. It was science.
It was all we said thing.
Yeah. It's like, well, see, this is because of this, that, and the other. Can you demonstrate this this hypothesis you have of everything wanting to go into a circle? Well, yeah, we can make a drop of water. No, do it with like 10 gallons. Let's see that. Let's see the gravity of water coming together on itself and shit.
Yeah, where does centrifugal forces come into play? Because if you spin something at 16,000 miles an hour, I'm here to fucking tell you, it ain't going to stay on. It's going to go away. Period.
Well, Nick, here's what we could do, man. Since you know the topic and I know the topic, maybe you'd like to go on modern day debate with me, man. What do you think? Now, Sean Hawkins pussed out, right? So
Nick,
you're actually, this is your game. This is your field, man. And this guy is doing a piss poor job of explaining what you know everything about. So let's do it, man. If you let me know. I'm serious. I ain't fucking around. I mean, you said you was going to come here and pound my ass, and you never did.
But he wanted to pound something else.
Wow. Yeah. But I'm saying, man, for real, why don't you go ahead and you will, if you want to do it, we can make this shit happen. Right? All right.
Shit, I got nothing to do.
We are
I'll
going to
stay
kick
up
it
for
into
it.
an open discussion. So if you haven't already, hit the like button, share this out in those spaces you'd like to have these discussions as well. And also, hey, if you're
And like I said, I've put the description to this, or the in the description, I put the link to this. So go over there and subscribe to Modern Day Debates. They got some pretty good
speakers,
shit
they'll
on there.
also be
Politics, religion, flat Earth, blah blah blah. It's pretty good, man. Gets pretty heated sometimes too.
Ross,
I will do. We'll do.
some of what you just heard, and we'll get into the open discussion. Thanks everybody again for being here.
Yes. You guys can hear me okay?
Excellent.
All right, Leo, if I may, one of the things that we have to really be aware of when we're trying to figure out what's going on, right, is whether or not we're being logical. And maybe that doesn't matter to you because, like you said,
Hawkins pulled out due to the gravity of it all. Hawkins' dad should have pulled out.
you're just here for entertainment, right? And I get that, right? These things are somewhat entertaining, right? But I'm not going to lie, especially with these kind of conversations, I'm part of a small group of people that honestly wants to figure out what's really going on, right? And so when we have debates about stuff, right, we always have to make sure that our arguments are logical, right? Because if they're not logical, then they're not valid, all right? You have to have logical arguments or else your argument really isn't valid at all. You're just using words, all right? So this is where fallacies come in. I know you guys hate those words here, right? But literally when I went to school in 2010, the very first classes they had me take were
They don't like fallacies, but they do like fallacies.
linguistics classes and logic 101. That way we could learn how to make logical arguments that were also sound, right? And then not only that, we could learn how to use words properly. So I think that those two things are very, very key when we're having debates. And I just want to let you know that your whole opening was just completely fallacious. You just appealed to consensus, right? Everybody knows this, right? And think about it. When I started, I immediately said, you know what? Let's get right to the experiments. Let's get right to the observations because this is a scientific debate. This is not about philosophy. If you want to debate philosophy, I could debate philosophy with you, but we're going to have to transition out of that and you're going to have to concede to all the scientific points that I made. So if you want to concede to all the scientific points that I made, that all the observations and experiments show what I said, and then we can go on to the philosophy of what might be going on because of what other people think, then that's fine. You also said gravity. Like I said, gravity has already been proven to be electrostatics. I pulled up a whole list of articles that prove that there is no such thing as what we call quote unquote gravity. And they discovered this in the 50s when they looked at the galaxy clusters and realized that there was not enough gravity to keep the galaxies from escaping. You understand? So that's when they actually had to change gravity. My bad. Go ahead.
Feel free to jump in anytime there.
We had that dark money. I'm sorry, Sir Zeus. I ain't in the mood for you tonight, bro.
Yeah, I'm my bad. I just want and then like you know. You assume asteroids, like all of these, like you look at stuff in the stars, right? And you say, look, we can tell by looking at it, right? I can look at it and see that that everything is spheroidal. All right, fine, but let's use your reasoning. If I look in the stars and everything is a sphere, so I must assume the Earth is a sphere. If we're going by observation, right? What I see is I see everything in the stars move, but I don't see the Earth move. So when do we trust our eyes? Do we trust our eyes when we look far away, or do we trust them when we look close? Which one is it? Because you want us to trust that what we see in the eye is what we see in the sky is true, but you don't want us to trust that the Earth is not moving when all experiments shows that it's not moving.
I guess I'll start with the fact that I didn't appeal to a consensus in my opening statement, but something that you brought up that I want to point out because
God bless America.
This is often this is never completed is people who refer to whatever his name was, George Airy or whatever it was. And then the Michelson-Morley experiment that these men showed that the Earth is not moving.
Yes.
That's only half of the statement. What these experiments show is that the Earth is not moving through an ether.
That's not true.
That's what these experiments were designed to do. Airy's experiment, he put water in it to see if there was a difference in stellar aberration as a result of the refraction of water, which is something that would happen if there were an ether, and he did not detect that. And the same with the Michelson-Morley experiment. They went to figure out, okay, if there's an ether and the Earth is moving.
Okay, so Wandering Penguin. Zerzus. Silencing people is one thing, yes, in the context. Don't pull that card. I had to time out your other fucking sock account because you were saying some fucking bullshit in there. Okay. Nobody was amused. I don't know. If there's somebody that wants to legitimately have a discussion, that's who I can come up here. But you've proven yourself to be a fucking troll. Okay. So I'm not in the mood for it tonight. Okay.
The Earth will be moving through that ether. And so we can detect a drag on the Earth from the ether as a result of the Earth's motion through it. And the Michelson-Morley detected no such drag. Now, this does not mean that the Earth is not moving simplicator. It means that the Earth is not moving through the ether. And I'll just start with that one point.
Can you hear me?
Sure.
Okay. Okay. So that's a misrepresentation, because what is true is that
it doesn't. We already established that. It doesn't. Okay. Lots of things can spin. It's no bearing on shape.
Yeah, but the disc is on 4 pillars and it's standing solid on 4 pillars.
Maybe. I know I don't feel nothing spinning. It's based on observations. That's a bunch of nonsense. So that would have to be proven to me. And so far they have not done that. And that's the whole thing. If everything, it's just like I've said before, if they waited till you were like 15 years old, maybe, and said, hey, did you know this place you live on is actually a ball spinning through a void and all this other shit? You'd think they were out of their goddamn mind. Because by this point in time in your life, you've had real life experiences. You've learned to at least have some critical thinking. At least I hope you have by that age. Anymore with the education system, it corrupts your mind. But we're outside of that in this example. In this example. And so if no one had ever told you this nonsense, you would have absolutely no freaking reason whatsoever to ever think that. I mean, if anything, if you did for some reason think you saw a boat go over a curve, right? If for some reason you did think that, you would come to the conclusion of some kind of a fucking cylinder before you to a ball, because even a child knows that a ball has curve in all fucking directions, not just straight ahead.
And at 15 years old, I was fully versed in the Pythagorean theorem, and I did have some pretty good maths in my head at 15. So it's pretty easy to discount a lot of the bullshit they're putting out.
Well, this is the thing too, all the time with them trying to use that 2-dimensional orthographic Euclidean geometry to describe something we see in a hyperbolic state. They're drawing something out from a 2-dimensional third-person perspective, right? So that's not how we see things. And so it went by that 2D, what they're showing, and I've showed that before. Whereas we see everything narrows down in like that. And when you transpose those two views over one another, well, that in order for that to be true, what they show in the 2D, that would mean the sun would be increasing in altitude all the time.
Every minute.
That's one of the tricks, is to go, oh, well, see, look here, this proves that it couldn't be that way because look at this geometry and shit. And it's like, yeah, but that's not a good depiction of what the viewer is seeing.
No, it's one of those things where it's like, oh, wait a minute, our math doesn't fucking work. So hang on a minute, let me change that real quick and give you a different aspect.
Right. There's some dark numbers and some dark money in there.
Or dark bullshit, or let me smear some poop on it so you can really figure it out.
So just remember that if you ever have your checkbook out of balance, it's not because your math was wrong. It's because there's dark money somewhere.
Right.
Yeah, the bank will believe that. You won't get charged a fee. So you'll be good to go.
I love that.
It was a scientific consensus back then that there was an ether. And let's be honest, it's scientific consensus now that there is an ether. And I hear you guys say this all the time, that so many of the things that we do today depend on the earth being a globe. No. The only thing that our way of life depends on is the fact that there is an ether. Nikola Tesla literally said, I had to assume that there was an ether and that it acted like this in order to invent all of our modern inventions that we have today. They all depend on the fact that there was an ether. So that's why the experiment was called that, to detect the motion of the earth through the ether. So what they did was, instead of going with the result of the experiment, which was the earth isn't moving, they decided to throw all of known science out and completely change the laws of physics. And this is not scientific, because they didn't do that based on an experiment. They didn't run an experiment that showed that there wasn't an ether. They ran an experiment that showed that the earth wasn't moving through it. So that's the answer to that. Don't misrepresent it by saying they discovered that there wasn't an ether, because no. There is an ether. They never, and even Einstein himself said that he never should have, in general relativity, in special relativity, he never should have claimed that there wasn't an ether. He should have claimed that there was an ether, but that there was no resistance, basically, and that's why we couldn't detect ourselves moving through it.
All right, what I'm going to do there.
I think he explained that really well, man. I mean, and that kind of throws the other guy's argument under the bus with that, because he did. He really did. And this guy set him straight on the story, man. I think
just like I said in the chat, I said the same thing. I said, this guy's pretty fucking smart. He knows what he's talking about. He's got our flat back,
Right. Yeah, I think so far he's doing pretty good. I didn't like him starting out with that. Don't start out proving a negative, man. Fuck that. That's their shit. Go with what our observations show. Stick with everything that you can absolutely fucking prove 100%. Aries failure, although it's good if you understand what's going on, and he explained it pretty well. I wouldn't use it as anything, because what happened was it's not really germane to the conversation unless the other guy brought it up.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I wouldn't even go with it, because then you could use that as a kill punch. I mean, he sort of did. At this point, it just kind of put him up against the ropes. But if that guy were to invoke that, he could use that as, like the kill punch right there. Boom, finish him.
Yeah, but the one thing about it is, right now, I mean, if this guy right now, if he starts talking about our pressure gradient and all that stuff, and he starts backing us up on that, this dude is down.
Sure. Well, I mean, that's nothing to be backed up with. We see that evident in any contained volume of fluid.
Right.
There is a gradient within any contained volume of fluid. These people, they want to say, when you say pressurized, 14.7 psi at sea level, in comparison to the entire size of our realm, of our Earth, is really not that much. But in order for that to exist, it's very minuscule. And so in order for it to exist at all, though, there has to be containment for that, right?
All right.
And just like in the oceans, and yes, the oceans are contained, they're in a basin, you increase in pressure as you increase in depth, and it's just due to the displacement ratio. That's what causes the more pressure, because you're displacing a greater amount of the fluid. It's a resistance against the buoyancy density right there. That water's wanting to fucking reject you. You're keeping it from rejecting you. And so therefore, you're taking on more and more of it. You're going against the laws of nature, and pretty soon it'll crush you. But that's where this whole thing, they confuse it. And the idea, they go, and then it goes up to this one. So they take they graph out the gradient that they see up to the highest reading that they're able to accurately take, right?
Noting that a graph is two-dimensional, right?
Right. But think about this. Those are, okay, you can look at it and you can see that there's definitely a gradient, right? But that's only to a certain altitude, because how are you getting any readings above that highest altitude? All right. The balloon that's getting that reading has already achieved equilibrium and is not rising anymore. Okay. It's achieved neutral buoyancy.
Exactly.
So does that mean that there's no more above it? No. right? That would be impossible. It just means it's come to a level where it's achieved neutral buoyancy. Now,
Mhm.
in order for
The
that,
gas,
in
the
order to
gas is entitled.
right. So what they've done is they take that reading, that's the top one, and go down the graph, right, all the way to sea level, and they plot this out, and then they mathematically project it going to zero. Okay, it's not based on readings; it's based on mathematical projections. So
Prediction.
it's bullshit, yeah, because if we continue this pattern all the way to zero, we can see that it just feathers off the space. Well, no, your mathematical prediction isn't taking into account the impossibility of having that pressure at all without a containment. So
Right.
just because you can express it mathematically does not make it a freaking reality.
No, as a matter of fact, because they can express it mathematically, and because the mathematics that they use and the theorem and the quanta of theories that are coming together to create their bullshit is already at a loss.
Yep. Well, anyway, let's get on with this thing.
Is I'm going to set a 1.5-minute timer. I'll just let you know when you got 10 seconds. Go ahead there, Leo.
So there is no ether. No physicist today thinks that there's an ether, at least not one actually doing anything in experimental physics. We've disproved the ether, and the reason that it would have been a consensus over 100 years ago that there was an ether was because at the time physicists didn't know that there were such things as non-mechanical waves, where mechanical waves would be things like acoustic waves through the atmosphere or seismic waves through the earth, or water waves through the ocean. These are mechanical waves. And if light is a wave, well, then it must too have some sort of mechanical medium that carries that. And then we discovered quantum mechanics and we realized, well, no, we don't need to have strictly and only mechanical waves. There are such things as non-mechanical waves, and light is one of them. So it doesn't move through any medium like an ether at all. And that is why physicists first
taking the concept of light behaving like a particle and a wave, and knowing that something cannot be two things at one time is merely the description of what light is doing. It does not actually mean that it is a wave.
Yeah, and why don't you observe it when it's going through its transitional phases, and it'll do the exact opposite.
Oh, there's my buddy Johnny Breeden's in the chat. Looky here. What you doing, Bonkshin? Ain't seen you in a few days, brother. But yeah, I mean, just because this comparison thing that they do all the time with that. We look in the sky and we see some spheres, and so that means that we must be a sphere too. And it's like, no, it doesn't mean that at all. You know, if you look at a tree, it has branches. Oh, I have branches. That makes me a tree. No, man, it doesn't. Stop. What the fuck? I don't get it. You know, this is how they can equate these things together. You know.
Mm-hmm. All right, I'll be right back.
There was an ether, and then later abandoned the notion on top of the experiments that showed that there.
Come on, you circle of spit.
There was no ether. There is the electromagnetic field, but that's not an ether. That doesn't have the same properties that the ether was claimed to have.
Okay, so all right, so how do you know any of that? All right, because everything that I said, I start off by showing observations and experiments that I pulled that from. You pulled up that sounded great, but where did you pull that from? Because you said no physicist admits it. Like, that's a complete lie. I literally have over 100 quotes right here of physicists saying things related to that, and a few of them are physicists saying it directly that there is an ether. So that's a lie. I'm not sure if you're just uninformed on the subject or if you're intentionally trying to misrepresent yourself, so that way other people think that globe people don't know what they're talking about. I'm not sure if that's your goal here, but this is like you're not informed on what the modern scientific consensus is if you think that's true. My bad.
Physicists don't work with the ether.
Real quick, you said that we disproved the ether, then we discovered mechanical waves. I want to know how
we already knew about mechanical waves. That's why physicists.
How did we know?
How did we know about mechanical waves? Because
yes, sir.
That's how we hear. What? The acoustic waves that move through Earth's atmosphere are mechanical waves. We
How
can
do you?
see
I'm just
mechanical
asking
waves on
how.
a pond when
Simply
we.
asking how.
I'm explaining how. If you wanted to see mechanical waves, you could go to a
Are you
pond,
describing an
throw a rock
experiment?
in the pond, and the waves that will be made are mechanical waves on that pond.
And
That's what
you're saying,
mechanical waves
That's
are.
that's an
and you're
actual
saying
You
that
don't
you're,
know what mechanical waves are, but you're claiming I don't understand the physics? I'm done.
I know you. Hey, look, yeah, you know me. I know myself. I know myself. I'm a lot. But I just like I get what you're saying, right? But my this is my problem, right? Is that you have bought in, right, to a one big appeal to authority. You're like, yeah, somebody told me this, right? You're just, and I don't want to get into my last debate because it's going to sound redundant, but you guys are religious zealots, right? You're just like my dad, right? You believe stuff because you saw it in a piece of paper, right? You worship paper, right? And I get that. That's fine that you want to do that, right? You can be a philosopher that believes in paper.
Didn't you say you read?
Of course I read, yes, but I don't
Okay,
believe.
so but when I read, it's
on
wrong,
the
and I'm
paper.
worshiping, and okay, so there's a double standard there. Gotcha.
And I can see that confusion, but it's not right, because me, I don't believe stuff just because I saw it on the paper, right? Even the stuff that I showed today is actually not the evidence. I'm just showing you where to find the evidence. The evidence is real life experimentation and observation.
Right.
So another.
Damn, that's funny as shit. I was last couple days. That's something that Lucky Haskins been hitting on a lot too, man. This guy's right down with it. I agree, man. I agree.
Absolutely, he's on point.
Not just
Yeah.
a bunch of mathematical constructs built off of Bahui, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, the theory bullshit can go out the door. We got proof. We got proof from realistic observations.
Well, look, theories are good, but you know, once you've shown that there's something else as well, now you have to reconsider the theory, and this is what we get with the theory of gravity as well. Is because they've now taken this unproven theory and applied it to other objects that they have no way of really knowing anything about, that they see in the sky, and then building this fucking impossible construct around that shit. You see?
Yeah.
And
yeah, well, because they use whatever they come up with is their gravitational theorem, or whatever their metric is, or whatever in their theory. You know, I mean, it falls short from the get go. It doesn't. None of this shit's even real, so it doesn't actually have basis in fact.
yeah. Well, yeah, and stop using some crackpot from the fucking 1700s looking at his balls in a shed.
Right.
Stupid.
The paper, right? So I listen, I respect it, right? Look, you were taught that your whole life, right? And so that's what you believe in, right? And it's difficult to accept that maybe I was believing in somebody that either didn't know what they were talking about or they blatantly lied to me. But this is what you got to know, right? Like I said, I did my degree in political science. Everything that comes from the government is a lie. Every time that the government is involved in something, listen. I literally call my degree the history of lying. That's all political science is, the history of lying. You feel me? That's all government does. So anything that comes from public schools or whatever, it's designed to lead you down a path of untruth. That's just the reality. And guess what? And there's proof of this. Like think about it. If somebody lies one time, how many times do they have to lie for you to be like, oh, this guy's a liar, right? Like if you, I don't know if you have a girlfriend, but how many times does your girl have to lie to you before you like, she's a liar, right?
Right. That's the thing. It gets me too. Is a lot of these people too. You're like, do you trust the government? And that even comes down to Matt Walsh, with his thing with the moon landing, right? And he's like, he doesn't trust, I don't think, what the government does or what they say, or much less what the media says. And there's a lot of people that way. You can ask them, does the government lie to you? Yeah. Have they lied to you before? Yes. So multiple shit they've lied to you about, right? Yeah. But you don't think they're lying to you about the fucking moon landing? Well, no. Fuck no. Well, why not? Because it's been beat into your goddamn head every day of your life for the last how many years? Right?
Yeah, but even Buzz said it was bullshit.
Right. Well, that guy, I have to be I have to be skeptical even of him saying that shit. I mean, they're playing a character. Keep that in mind. They're
Right.
astronauts. These guys have a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. And I know this not only from seeing pictures of it, like many have, but I've actually taken my own picture of it. I've seen it myself. We been to Hollywood a couple of times when we lived in California.
Well, how the hell does that work, Dave? How do you get a star for being a motion picture star on Hollywood's Walk of Fame, and because you went to space? That doesn't make sense.
Here's the kicker too, is because on each one of these, like as you start walking down by where the recording studios for music is at, you'll see that most of those stars are for like rock groups and musical artists and shit like that. But on these stars, they'll have like these little symbols, like there's TV, and then there's a motion picture, you know, like a camera with the two reels on it, and another one with a microphone. And, you know, they have these different ones, and sometimes there's multiple ones. And for the one that they're on there for is for TV.
Oh,
yeah. I thought that was pretty interesting. So, you know, whatever. But, you know, I found out you have to pay for those. If you have a star on the Walk of Fame, you have to buy it. You have to pay for it. Ain't that fucked up?
Yeah, you got to rent it or whatever.
Well, I mean, I think it's you buy it one time and it's there, you know.
Right.
But, yeah, they have to pay for that. That's fucking crazy.
Well, mostly because they got certain dimensions and whatever their blueprint is to make it culturally appeasing and fit in physically. I mean, I can see that you're gonna have to pay something for them to do it, but
right.
But
well, it takes a bit of narcissism to have that, I guess. Whatever.
Right.
I'll be right back.
No, it's all good.
Hit the head real
Sometimes
quick.
we go over time. There's nothing wrong with that. We're all good here. But in all gentleness, I'm not here to debate the government or liars. So, and I don't just like read a book and then everything the book says must be true. Humans have done the experiments time and again, and I know that they've done those experiments, and I can read the results of these experiments and then tie that with my understanding of the field for a broad picture of how the physical world works and the methods that we use for figuring all of that out. And I do trust it, and I don't think that there's a reason not to, particularly when the reason that we have the technological advancements we do is because of the physicists and the chemists and the biologists and the computer engineers and all of these people who rely on all of this mathematics and all of this physics that you're claiming is wrong every day for our technology to function properly. So, I mean, I don't either want to get bogged down into a discussion about appeals to consensus and you worship paper. So I think that if we both just take each other in good faith and in, with this idea that we're getting our information from decent sources and from reliable places, I think the discussion will probably move forward more.
Yeah, if you just believe what I say.
And my concern is not thinking that you're not arguing in good faith, right? But my concern is logical fallacies, right? Because if we don't do that, then we can't establish a train of thought that leads to progress, right? Think about it. Like if a scientist does the greatest scientific experiments ever and nobody sees it, what good is it for the world? You know what I mean? There's no good in these scientific discussions if we can't gain or learn something from it, right? So that's where logic comes in. We have to make sure that if we're saying something, right, that there's actually basis behind it. So you said the words experiments, right? You said, I know that these people can do the experiments. I know the experiments have been done, but you have to show those experiments. That's why I started off right away. These are the experiments that have been done. This is how you can do it, right? And guess what? If we don't have experiments, then we have to rely on observation. And we have to admit that we can't solve something scientifically if we can't do an experiment on it, right? Then you use the word trust specifically. See, there's no trust in science. You're not supposed to trust or believe anything. You're not supposed to have preconceived notions when you go into an experiment. Or especially not an observation. If we're observing like the CMB, right? When they observed the CMB, right, they called it the axis of evil because it didn't fit with their preconceived notion. That's not scientific. You're not supposed to be, prejudice about what the outcome you want is to be. You're supposed to look at the data and then go with that. And then, okay, last thing, you said our technology and our math depends on
Just
on
15
the
seconds.
physics. I'm saying it's isn't real. It's not that it's not real. It's just that you have a misunderstanding of it. All right, Nikola Tesla is the one that invented all the technology that we have today in a nutshell, and
No,
he
he's not.
did that using an ether. Period. He did that using an ether. So you're disagreeing with physics. You're disagreeing with the math that works, that gives us our technological advances. If you say there's not an ether and everything's not electric, that's just a fact.
Up to 2 minutes.
I have to agree with everything's electric. And it does seem that there is, yeah, I don't know. It would answer a lot of questions. And this is where I come in with this whole speed of light thing. I don't think there is a speed to light. I don't know. Not at least not a constant speed. You know, I think it is, of course it's due to the medium, you know. And like I said before, if the stars were in water, right, what would that do to the calculations they try to make on how far away they are based on the speed of light? That would totally fuck that calculation up, man. You know? So
Floor is yours.
So, Nicola, I mean, you hear this a lot. I don't know why he's such a big figure within like the
Really?
flat Earth community.
Summer road trip.
it's because people like that car that's up in space. Stupid.
Well, Nikola Tesla effectively invented all of our modern technology. No, he didn't. Claude Shannon was the one that like developed the theory of computation. Nikola Tesla had nothing to do with that. And there's a variety of experiments that I could go down the line that
Fucking remote controls that you use right now to turn your TV on and change your channel is based off Tesla's shit. Okay? Your Bluetooth is based off of fucking Tesla's shit. All right? This is horse nonsense right here. This guy's full of bahui.
Yeah, it's not based on it. It's actual fact.
It is. It is.
he had nothing to do with. Now, he makes some cool stuff. Yeah, he invented a lot of cool stuff, but he's not like the grandfather of all modern technology. Also, in science, what was the word you used? I'm going to say presuppositions, but I don't know if that was the word you used. You said we don't have presuppositions. That's explicitly false. Science is this is sort of a philosophy of science term, but science is theory laden. And what this means is that when we develop, excuse me, when we develop new hypotheses, they're laden by our previous theories. And so we're always making certain presuppositions in science based off of what we currently.
You know, as I think on, you know, I've always looked at it like as a field of energy, you know, that there's just everything has energy and it does all connect. You know, I thoroughly have always believed that anyways. And maybe that's, you know, that ether that they're speaking of. And what generates that? Is that generated by the stars themselves? That's interesting, you know. But we know that electricity and electromagnetism being the core fundamental element of our existence, even, and knowing that we are just a micro of the macro, you know, we're a series of living organisms that come together into this organism that's on this one big organism that we call Earth. And, you know, it is like it's alive, but it's a machine too. It's like a bioelectric machine, the same as how we are, you know. And I don't know, man. It's it's hard to quantify into words, you know. It really is. It's hard to quantify into words, but hope that some of that made sense of what my thoughts on it are. Anyway.
Know based off of certain predictions that may be made by models, all sorts of things that we might not know yet are actually true. So the idea that we don't have any presuppositions in science, that is not true. I don't know any philosopher of science who would agree with that. And
philosopher of science that would agree with that? Why would you use philosophers?
To see the experiments.
Yeah.
Well, if you can get
Come
get
on,
the
man.
funding to reproduce them, then that would be what you would have to do, because this stuff requires extremely expensive equipment and usually a lot of people working together for an extended period of time.
Right.
And that's why results are published. So I just go look at the published results.
Right. You just read the paper
And
and believe it.
they, yeah, I go look at the published results, as we do in science, because trust is actually very important in science. We need to trust that our instruments are working
10
properly.
seconds.
We need to
Let's,
trust that the methods that we have will deliver accurate results. And we need to trust our compatriots in science as we work together to figure out the world around us.
Right.
but you can't do that because of the amount of political and nepotistic behavior that revolves around peer review and published papers. Okay? Of course, they're going to agree as long as whatever you put out goes along the consensus of everyone. But if the consensus is not necessarily true, then that's meaningless. So they're going to disregard things that go, because the whole thing isn't about anything other than getting money and grants and getting published and having papers published. That's not fucking science. And it's no way to build a base of knowledge, not at all. And I like the way this guy just takes his cup like, and that's that, and takes a drink. That's kind of boss. I got to give Leo props for that. That's pretty boss.
Right. Okay. So, number one, that's extremely convenient, right? Like, oh yeah, well, the experiments we would need to do is just too expensive. Okay. Listen, like that's what I like to just keep things very, very simple, because that is literally just a barrier, right, of entry that people use to be able to gatekeep science. Like, and this is a government thing as well. Get the funding. When you say get the funding, you're talking about lobbying the government organizations. Like I said, don't get me into political shit, but I want to. Let's start off with Nikola Tesla. All right. So I'm not going to ask you these questions because I already know the answer. Right? Is there an invention that we use today that is basically not a combination of light and sound? No, there's not one that we have that's basically not a combination of some form of light and sound. Both of these things were invented and perfected by Nikola Tesla. Both of them. That's correct. The person that first sent a radio wave over the Atlantic Ocean pretty much got that whole thing from Nikola Tesla, but he was working on his AC on the light at that time. It really wasn't that big a deal. You understand what I'm saying? I want you to really think about this. What new emerging technology that have we invented that isn't a product of those two things, right? That's the first thing, right? And then you keep saying no philosopher. I want you to understand the words that you're using, linguistics. You're using the proper word, philosopher of science, not scientist. Okay, philosopher. You keep switching back and forth between philosophy and science. All right, science is.
That's what I was saying. I caught that. Cherish, the earth isn't falling apart, man. The world is, but the earth isn't. The world is spinning wildly out of control, but the earth is stationary and level. The earth being a level, stationary topographical plane contained within a dynamic fluid pressure system. Really a cool place, man.
Data collecting. Observe, right? Come up with a hypothesis.
10 seconds.
Last thing, you keep saying we have new theories and new. This is my last question to you. I asked you a few more questions, but this is my other question. Can you have a scientific theory without an experiment? Is that even possible? Scientific
for you there, Leo.
Well, scientific experiments are usually done within the context of a theory to figure out if predictions it makes are observed in reality. So, I mean, experiments are, I don't know if I would use the word necessary, but experiments are requisite for scientific.
So we can't have a theory without an experiment. All right.
God bless America.
For the most part, theories are developed and carried further by experiments. So yeah. But I brought up philosophers of science. I brought up philosophers of science because I was talking about the concept of theory ladenness, and that's a philosophical concept. But when we talk about science, philosophy of science is actually quite important to that, because that's where we're laying out the framework for science, what it is.
Oh, I hate these people.
How we do it, and those kinds of things. And that's why I think that it's going to be very difficult to talk about science without philosophy of science. Anyway, yeah, I know that Nikola Tesla did some stuff in, like, you know, radio technology and all that, but
Did some stuff.
the fact that we
I was
use
thinking
things
the
like
same thing.
electromagnetic radiation in modern technology doesn't mean that all modern technology goes back to Tesla. I mean, Tesla didn't even really help develop anything within the theory of electromagnetism,
10
which
seconds.
is what more we're going to rely on with
Okay.
respect to, like, developing modern technology than
This is-
like Nikola Tesla's work.
Okay. So once again,
But I don't really want to talk about him the whole time, just to clarify.
yeah, I'll put a button on that, like, because like we are arguing, like I said, philosophy and history. You feel me? And this is kind of like my area. So I just want to let you know that yes, every modern invention we have today comes basically back to something that was started, right, or even perfected by Tesla, but wasn't allowed to be put out into the public until recently. Tesla had wireless, not just wireless charging, but wireless transfer of energy fields, where he was basically creating energy, free city energies, right around the time that he was killed. And guess what? All the people that were funding him just happened to be on the Titanic as well. Right. So these are things that have billions of dollars of implications. Right. So, like, let's not pretend like people don't murder people for millions of dollars or hundreds of thousands of dollars every day. Things that have billions of dollars of implications, they would gladly take out one or two people when they're sending our kids into meat grinders right now overseas. They have no problem sending kids into meat grinders to die for oil and all this other commerce related business. And you think that they won't, you know what I mean? They won't suppress technology that has the ability to give the whole world free energy? 100%.
Oh no, I think governments around the world do suppress technologies. But again, that's not really. So I'm just willing to grant that. Yeah, all of our technology roots back to Nikola Tesla. That's not a hill I really want to die on. To get more back into the topic, so you had mentioned something about gravity being dielectric.
Yeah.
My main question then is, given that there are two manifestations of electric charge in electromagnetism, positive and negative, why is gravity only attractive and not also repulsive as it should be?
That's a misconception. There's actually no such thing as negative charge. It's charge and
yes, there is. We can measure it.
I said, well, technically we're being semantical, right? But what they're measuring is they're measuring charge and discharge. It's pressure mediation. That's really all it is. So
I don't know what that is.
Like it's just the second law of thermodynamics. That's all it is. Pressure.
I don't know what that has to do with this.
Huh?
I don't know what that has to do with this. I mean, you can relate electromagnetism and then, well, I have. That's why I'm confused here.
You're not aware that
no, we do. There is such a thing as negative charge. That's strange. There's no such thing as negative charge. Of course there is. There's positive and negative. We've measured both, and since electromagnetism has both, if gravity were somehow electromagnetic or electrostatic in some way or another, then it would be both attractive and repulsive. But we only ever observe.
Look, it's just like this with the binary. It's 1 and 0. What does 1 and 0 represent? 1 is on, 0 is off. If something's off, what's going on, as opposed to something that is on? It's real simple, man. No. Ross is correct. Come on, you numpties at the YouTube.
Observe it being attractive. Why?
And
how come its level of attraction is directly mathematically tied to the amount of mass in an object, and it has nothing to do with the electric charge?
It's not, Leo. It's not. Okay, so number one, give me a quick second to pull up this citation. Quick second. Okay, never mind. All right, look. The reality is that everything comes down to pressure mediation. All right, this is a very, very technical subject.
What do you mean by that term?
Huh?
What do you mean by the term pressure mediation? Genuinely, I'm not sure what you're referring to when you say that.
Okay, so what happens is what do things always want to be? Equal. Okay. Mediation. Think about what the word means, bro. It's all in the words. Just listen. It's like when I say relative density disequilibrium, and people are like, what does that mean? Okay, break that down. Okay, you know what relative means. You know what density means. And you know what disequilibrium means. So there, put the fuck together. It's not hard to do.
So basically, okay, so like you can use magnets, right? Oh man, I was saying like it's okay. So basically, what magnets are, right, is you're creating electrical fields, right, and then the fields have either coherent or non-coherent reactions to each other, right, and then that it basically pulls energy from the ether. I was saying like it's like, oh man, it's such a complicated subject, but basically that's what's going on. Is everything is dielectric, and so what we do is we create fields that basically charge up the electricity from the ether, and then it releases it as matter, if you will.
Oh, well, because I thought electromagnetism was mediated by the exchange of photons, as is described in quantum electrodynamics, which has been confirmed to the 18th decimal place.
It has not been confirmed because it's built upon a bunch of it's built on reifications that people have actually identified the photon as a particle.
No, just reifications of what?
That the photon is a particle, right? So we've already no, the atom isn't a particle.
Yeah.
Is the
Atoms aren't particles? Atoms can be called particles, they're just not elementary particles.
Okay, so how do we know the photon is a particle then?
Because we've measured it.
How?
This is where it's going to get dicey for this guy over here. Okay, so this is the thing right here, because they've taken it literally, because they say, oh, well, wave, it behaves like a particle and a wave. Light behaves like a particle and a wave. Well, we all know that something can't be two things at the same time. Or is it a wave of particles? And if so, what are these particles? And what you find out is that it's a fucking theoretical thing, man. A photon. Okay. And it's like, well, you know, can you show me one photon? Do you have, I mean, how did you quantify this? So that's crazy.
By disturbing the electromagnetic field, which we can do using things like electricity.
There you go. We disturb the field. An electron is basically the diametric end of a terminal electric field. So there's an electric field, then there's a gap in the field. That's what an electron is. It's not a particle.
It would be an electron would be a perturbation in the electron field, not the electromagnetic field. However,
just one
the
field,
electron, since the electron carries electric charge, the electron field can couple to the electromagnetic field through some complex gauge couplings, as it's called. Like this, because I've watched lectures on quantum field theory.
No.
I'm curious how
quantum field theory. He said it right in there. Barbara, I'm not sure because it was on my phone and I was trying to think, how can I get it over here on the computer and check that link from here? And what I'll do is I'll try to forward that link that you sent me over maybe to Facebook Messenger or something, and then I can download it from there, because I'm not sure. It may have downloaded, but it didn't show that it downloaded, and I'm not sure where to look as to where it went. So I don't know. I'll check it out afterwards, but if you can put the link in the chat, I'll pull it up and show it. I don't know if you have a way to do that or not, but yeah, I'll get it on here. It's pretty cool. I'm glad you got that. I'm glad. I thought you'd enjoy something, you know, it was kind of funny like that. And you did laugh so hard about it. I said, well, hell, I got to send her one. So Barbara is now the owner of a, Burn. Okay. Well, wow. Check that out. So I find out from my mod that my son is going live before I found out from him. Ain't that some shit, right? Wow. I'm going to have to get into this. I'm going to have to kick his ass or something. That's what's going to happen. All right. So anyway, I want to get back into this, and I got to look into that when I get off of here. Yeah, this guy over here, he's starting to lose his mind. I've attended lectures on quantum theory and shit. And it's like, well, wait a fucking minute, man. So what? The whole thing was when he said a gap. There it is. Absence, right? Nothing, zero, zilch, nada.
How anyone could think that gravity has anything to do with electromagnetism? It's just silly.
Because it's literally the exact same thing. The same way that, right? The same way that the pressure, there's a downward electric current on the Earth, right? The same way that the pressure of our electric field mediates on the earth as grounding out is the same way that certain metals, when they're next to each other, their fields either attract or repulse each other.
Yeah.
I'm saying it's a complicated subject, but I want to make it so that way the average person understands.
Why is gravity stronger on the sun?
How do you know that the gravity is stronger on the sun?
Because the gravity.
This is great. So why is now that's right off.
Is
Hold on, that's a straw man argument. Why is the gravity stronger on the sun? Well, hold the fucking phone here. How do you even know there is gravity on the sun? How do you know what the sun is? Where is the sun? How big is the sun? How do you know it has gravity? Where are you getting all this nonsense? They just slip their bullshit on you and think that you're just gonna fucking play along with it. I hope he caught that.
more massive, much more massive than the Earth.
Okay.
And we are within the sort of the throes of the sun's gravity. That's why we orbit.
So are you not aware that gravity is not mass attracting mass? You're not aware of that, right?
Well, I wouldn't describe gravity that way. I think that's quite simplistic.
Okay, well only every physicist on the planet that exists right now describes gravity as the bending and warping of space-time. So
curvature,
you say that gravity.
I was watching Body Language. This guy over here on the right, Leo, he's nervous as a whore in church. It's kind of telling. I like watching the body language of these guys, man. I really do.
Of space time, which is how I would describe gravity. Is
but you said it was tied. But you said it was tied to the mass of an object, which is not true.
Because the
those
geometry of space time is stressed by mass energy, as according to Einstein.
Okay, but mass isn't the same thing as size.
Well,
mass isn't the same thing as size.
You know, you're correct. The sun isn't just larger in size than the Earth. There's also more material, you could say, per square inch
when you
in
describe
the sun
the bending and warping
than in the Earth.
That's just the size. That doesn't say anything about the mass.
Wait a second. How do you know? How do you know what the mass of the sun is? You don't. This is all shit that's made up. I wouldn't even let him get that far. I'd be like, how the fuck do you know what the mass of the sun is? And he said, well, if you take hydrogen, how do you know it's hydrogen? Where are you getting all this from? Don't bring your fucking pseudoscience bullshit. Oh, goddamn. All right. So thank you, Barbara. Just a second. Let me grab that from over where I'm watching this. And I'll pull that up in just a second. Let me get it here. I can download it from here. Let's see what happens when that goes. Your download will begin shortly. There it goes. It's starting now. All right, I got it. Now it should be. Yep, I got it. Okay. So hang on just a second and I'll bring this up for everybody. Oops, wait.
Just got back into bed.
All right, so we'll show that here in just a minute. I got it queued up. And thank you, Barbara. That was much easier to get that way. Well, I don't know. These phones piss me off. And I got fat fingers. Like, well, not really fat fingers, but for those little fucking keyboards and shit, I'm always misspelling everything. So I started using speech to text. And you got to really check because sometimes it won't exactly say what you said, especially if you're talking to a grammar Nazi. All right, so we got that. Let me go on with this just a little bit here, and we will look at Barbara's video. Let's see. That's me. This is the one we want. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, of course it's going to.
Well, the mass is what causes that. The mass stresses the geometry of space-time. We can measure that as curvature.
All right.
Yeah.
So this is the theory, right, that you're giving me. It's not backed up by experiment. It's not backed up by observation.
It was confirmed by Einstein. Well, Einstein, I can't remember if Einstein was on the trip. And then Arthur Eddington, because according to general relativity, there were two stars positioned behind the sun.
General relativity has been debunked.
And
All right, I
And
don't want to have to put you guys back on timers. If we could just try to mitigate the
This
interruptions
is
just a little bit back and forth. Not just you, Ross. I mean, it's just you guys are having a really lively discussion. It's a lot of fun. I enjoy it, but just a little bit of the back and forth. If we could mitigate the interruptions,
yeah,
so we
I'm
don't have
just
to time you.
trying to explain
Go ahead, Leo. Sorry.
what the first observation that confirmed general relativity was. General relativity made predictions about the position of stars that exist way, way far away behind the sun.
Fuck you. How do you know that they exist? How far away they are behind the sun? See, this is just this speculative bullshit that they come up with. Where did you get that? Well, we got it from the astronomical unit. Well, because we know the sun is, 93 million. No, you don't. How did you get the mass of it? Where did you figure out that? First off, let's go right back to basics, man. You say that this is somehow hydrogen that collected together in a vacuum. I have never seen a gas collect together in a mass without containment ever before. Have I seen gas collect together in a volume unless it's contained? Okay. Never once in my life, especially in a freaking vacuum like space, right? But somehow this ball of hydrogen came together and crushed in on itself and became so dense and so fucking massive and so much pressure that it underwent nuclear fusion. I mean, how the fuck you know any of that stupid shit, man? I mean, wow. Well, look, we made some math. Oh, well, that fucking proves it. Wow. What'd you miss? You missed everything, Jeebus. No. Tell you what you didn't miss, though, before we go on with this clown for a minute. I'm going to put this off, and I'm going to present instead uno momento. Hopefully the sound shares with it. Yes. Share audio. To share audio, share a tab or screen instead. This should work. Let me know.
All right, we're so excited. Just got the package from Dave. Let's see, let's open it up. It's gonna be awesome. Man, talk about derailing the show, huh? Get her Zulu on set. Conversation immediately goes downhill. Bag of dicks. They're so amazing. We're told that we have to come to my beloved father as a child, right? Yeah. This little girl is about as childish as I get sometimes. Oh my goodness, there's 4 dicks, not 3. I am indignant. Oh, these are going to be so much fun. They're going to like off the table. And I have a chalkboard, that I can write in gold or silver. I'll have to do it. I'll have to dig it out of my boxes. I'm trying to get it past to I'll pull it out of that somewhere. And I just send you a copy. Thanks. Leanne, they are absolutely hysterical and adorable. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Well, all right, Barbara. I'm glad that you enjoyed them. I thought you'd like those. And of course, my wife, I'll try to get away. Let's see if I can get that Facebook page back real quick for y'all. Let me see here. And I'll put it in the chat. And let's see, I have to go to hers. And here it is. I'm gonna open that and I'll copy that. And here we go. So it's called a bit naughty. Haha, get it? Naughty because it's crochet. She's so witty. And you can see some of she also makes little dick chapstick holders too. So if that were to be somebody's fancy. Yeah, we did make it slightly bigger. It was by accident because she lost count and stuff. She was trying to make it all equal and shit, and then she lost count while she was doing it, and it ended up just a little bit bigger than the rest of them. The people at the post office thought that was funnier than hell, so that was pretty cool. So let me bring this back real quick. Present. Hang on, let's see. Here we go. I'll bring that up, and real quick, looks like I got a couple back here. There's my good friend Johnny Breeden. What's happening, Johnny?
What's up? Can you hear me, Dave?
Yeah, man, everybody can.
Okay, I didn't know if I was on or not, man. It took me a while, but I got in finally.
Right on, right on. You been watching this?
Briefly a minute ago, and then I tried to get into the studio and stuff, so I just figured it out.
Yeah, cool. Good. You're learning shit, man. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Here's Nick. Now, Nick, you're welcome to be here, but don't be an asshole. All right. If you be an asshole, I'll just throw you out. All right. Not you, Johnny. Nick. I'm telling him before bringing
I'm not going to debate on Earth. I was just going to point out that this guy, what is his name? Leo,
yeah.
Yeah. He's a good example about why. Well, let's just hope he doesn't educate people in science, because it's not I mean, some of the stuff he's saying is correct, but it's not convincing. I get it. It's not convincing.
Well, you know what the problem is? Johnny, can you be careful, or I'm getting feedback from you, but you're doing all right. Maybe you're quit moving around.
Okay.
There you go. That you make people fucking tripping out and shit. No. So no, what it is he's memorized some talking points.
Yes.
And he has a brief summary of those talking points, but that's as deep as it goes. And the problem is he's stepping on landmines by doing it, because Ross does. He does understand it. And I run into that.
I didn't get a chance to see Ross. Ross has a nice studio. Oh, he's got drum triggers in the back. I have drum triggers. But I didn't get to hear Ross's rebuttal to him. But Leo has a nice poster behind him. The poster makes him look smart, right?
Yeah, that's all.
Yeah,
that's all you need.
I put books behind me to make me look smart, but it's all an act.
I'm on the fucking space station. That means I'm really, really smart.
Fucking Dave's crazy, man.
What's up? I mean, to make me look smart. All right, let's see. He's got more.
We're all cool.
What's going on? You got somebody there, Johnny?
Yeah, Keith's here. The guy brought up to your house the other day.
Okay, yeah. Well, what you want to do is kind of like, if I'll tell you what, if you want to sit, where'd he go? He left. Well, come on back and I'll show you how to work the thing. Anyway, let's get on back with what's going on here.
On the other side of the sun, and that in fact, where they're positioned, we wouldn't be able to see them, but because their light is lensed by the gravity of the sun, we can actually see them. They appear outward more than what they actually are.
He's wrong.
As a result of that lensing light. And general relativity predicted the amount by which that light would lens. And during the next solar eclipse, Eddington used a telescope and observed those stars and observed that they were lensed when he did the calculations by the exact amount that general relativity had predicted.
He also excluded any data that didn't agree with his hypothesis. This has already been pointed out. So people need to stop using the Eddington. There's a reason we don't have the star plates anymore. It's because the fucking shit was bunked out.
I haven't heard about it being debunked. I'd love to see that, like what data was taken out. But you're absolutely correct. He's talking about the correct experiment, but I don't like I don't know what his educational level is, whether he's actually a physicist or not. Some physicists are just bad at explaining this, but I would agree that this is where science does a really poor job, because he's using words like general relativity and this and that, just going these big words. Oh, look how complicated it is. But the thing is, it's not accessible to regular people. For example, I use this with my students today. It is perfectly reasonable to ask the question, if you go from Los Angeles to the bottom of South America, why does the pilot not always push down on the yoke? That's a reasonable question.
Absolutely.
And the answer is not that you're too stupid to understand. It's
right.
a
That's not
valid
the way
question.
to do it. That's not the
It's
way
a
to do
valid
it.
question.
Yeah, there's a lot of valid questions, and this is another problem and a trap of this, is that, like, for instance, to use your example again, for instance, I've had people say, well, we've measured the gravitational constant, and people go, oh, that sounded really smart. And I'm like, all that means is they measured how fast shit drops. That's what that freaking means. That's all.
Well, not to be pedantic, Newton's gravitational constant is different from gravitational acceleration. Now, of course, Newton's gravitational constant is only a mere approximation. It's not. It doesn't explain anything. And kind of the way we got it was, well, we know this equals this, but we're missing a value for this, and then we sort of solve for that value. And I believe I don't even remember what Newton's gravitational constant is. I don't even remember.
I worked out a thing that maybe you didn't hear it earlier, but okay, so what you can do, like, if your checkbook's out of balance and shit, right? And they say, oh, there's insufficient funds, you can say, no, the money was there, because look, here's my balance sheet, and there, as you can see, there's dark money. Okay, there's dark money in my account that you're not able to detect. So no, my balance is still good.
Well, again, I believe we discussed this about dark matter. Newtonian physics, which is where the gravitational constant comes from, didn't know anything about dark matter. Okay, and I think dark matter is a bad term. We don't know what it is. It could be a bunch of roses, but we just call it dark matter. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's necessarily matter. It's just
it means that the fucking theory was wrong, is what it means.
It means that Newton's laws about physics don't explain everything.
Right. So they went ahead and they doctored up, and they made up an excuse and said, oh, well, here's why.
No, we don't know. That's what I was trying to explain.
That's why I tried to say, man.
We don't actually know. We don't know.
People try to confuse.
Nothing's proven.
People try to confuse these theoretical shit, which is basically a lot of it's based in just philosophy. All right. So they take that and start treating it as though it's fact, and then building upon it. Well, it's not much different than Dungeons and Dragons, where you can keep expanding on the game and adding more and more different monsters and more scenarios within the bigger scenario and the whole thing. It's not any different, because it's all just theoretical, even though there's books with rules on it that talk about all these different places and all these different monsters and everything, different guides and things like that in Dungeons and Dragons. Same fucking thing. And it's fantasy.
I understand why it seems like that. I totally get it. It's not, but, and I'm not saying that like I'm trying to convince you of something. I totally understand that. For somebody who hasn't studied all of this, it does seem like that. I remember string theory. Have you heard about string theory?
Yes.
Yeah. This person, Brian Greene, physicist, wrote string theory. Now, string theory, we called it string theory. It's not string theory. It's string hypothesis. And in fact, I would argue against its value. It's unfortunately, a lot of us physicists, when we try to sell science to the general public, like Stephen Hawking, Carl Sagan, we do it to sell books. We want to sell you books. So if I wrote a book about string hypothesis, I was like, what the hell is that? But if I say string theory, it makes more sense. So yeah, it does. And you know what? I would agree with you. The one thing you said, which is very correct, is science is a philosophy. Absolutely. Science is a philosophy.
Well, I mean, philosophical ideals that are in place of actual science.
I'm listening. I'm just going into the other room, but I'm listening.
So it's basically what I'm talking about is philosophical ideas, and without any real backing. And this is what we run across in much of this whole heliocentric. Well, it's sun worship. It's Helios. Anyway, let me get on with this thing, or we're never going to get through it.
Not only that, but I mean, we can see even in the James Webb Space Telescope photos, the ultra deep field that it took.
The James Woods Telescope.
We can see the lensing of the gravitational lensing.
That is true. That is true. We can't see
gravitational lensing is
God damn this
well observed and used by cosmologists daily, because it effectively magnifies, what
this is really
the object that the light that's being lensed is coming from. And so that gives us a bit more of a finer detail into those objects, which helps us better understand them. I mean, there's more predictions: black holes, gravitational waves, the perihelion precession of Mercury. There's a lot, but yeah. General relativity is used every single day by cosmologists. Final statement. In fact, it is the single most important tool in the toolbox of cosmology. There is no more tool more important to a cosmologist than general relativity.
All right. Okay. So, all right. I'm going to ask you a quick question before I get into your responses. All right. How many times does somebody have to be wrong before you start assuming that they're probably not that intelligent? How many times?
How many times? I have no idea.
Let's give a percentage. If somebody's wrong 50% of the time, is that somebody you should trust? 50%?
I don't know. Most people are probably wrong 50%.
Okay, what about?
I don't know what the average amount of being wrongness is.
I'm asking you personally. I want to know you personally. You personally. If somebody was wrong 99% of the time, would you still trust them after that?
If I'm measured, they were wrong 99% of the time, I'd probably assume that they're
either
I might
lying
want to assume they're a liar, but I
Right.
don't like to attribute lying to people.
Boy, I'll tell you, that's a first, because that's the first thing that they jump on, man. Oh, you're lying and shit. Jeebus Crisp, I see something. He lost his little sister last night.
Oh no.
I'm sorry to hear that, man.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Oh, that sucks, man. It's hard. Prayers out to Jeebus Crisp and Sarah, Tim and Sarah.
Word.
That sucks.
Amen.
Wow, it really blows.
This is the first time I heard Ross talk. You know how Leo is also just sort of using what do you call it, talking points? Ross's question was an illegitimate question. It's like asking how many fairies dance on a pinhead.
Right.
I mean, when you say, well, I know 99% of the time, like, what are you talking about? If somebody's wrong 99% of the time, but 1% he's right, that doesn't make the 1% incorrect. It's just, I see what he's doing. This is he's trying to set up a question to sort of trap him with a zinger.
Well, I see his point though too. It's sort of like, at some point, we got to see that what the hell, it's kind of that black swan thing. It really is. But anyway, let me try to get through some of this here.
People who could just be wrong, just not know about something.
Right. You know what I like about you, Leo? I can tell that you're a nice guy, right? And the problem with nice guys like us, right, is that we look at the world like other people are us. We think like, if I was in that position, I wouldn't lie. So why the hell would they lie, right? They must just be wrong, right? You know what? Fine, Leo, let's give them the benefit of the doubt, right? And say that they don't lie. They're just wrong all the time, all right? Okay, so you said that general relativity makes predictions. It's the most important tool that we use in cosmology. In the 1933,
yeah, it's important.
This is almost 100 years ago now. In the 1933, Fritz Wicke, right, observations, the galaxy clusters, there was not enough mass for gravity to hold the clusters there. It was 99% off, Leo. 99% off. And that's not all. Guess what?
We still observe that today. We still observe that today in galaxies.
That's pretty big though, 99%. But anyway,
rotations, and there's other anomalies we observe
the general
in galactic clusters.
But this
that,
is the point.
That would go along the lines of what you're describing.
Let me give you my point though. My point is that the theory of general relativity, which did not have experiments behind it, it was wrong. It was 99% off. And then when they did it again in 1955, it was also 99% off again. You understand what I'm saying?
That's not true.
So-
He
so-
doesn't know what he's
look,
talking
look,
about.
I just want to make something clear for everybody in the audience listening right now, right? You're saying that gravity, right, is the only thing that's keeping our cosmology together or whatever, right? Dog.
That's not what he
for the
said.
Well,
amount
no, I
of-
said it's the most important tool to a
Hey,
cosmologist.
but the tool is off by 97%. All
It
right.
wasn't off.
No,
That's
not
really
what.
the
No,
right
no,
way to put it.
is not was. It is off, right? Because
It's not.
97%
It's
of
not.
all
Ross doesn't know what he's talking
matter
about.
is dark matter. You know what that means, Leo? That means we can't see it
Well,
or
it's-
detect it. That means it's not scientific. You understand?
But we can detect it through gravity.
can't.
That's,
No, no, no,
that's,
no, no,
yes,
no,
we
no.
can.
If it doesn't interact with the electromagnetic spectrum that we can detect. That
We
means
can't see it through the
They're
electromagnetic
guessing.
spectrum.
Leo,
but we can
they're
detect it through
guessing, Leo.
gravity.
Okay,
No,
hold
we're
on.
not. We
Leo
can
said something
measure it.
smart. Leo just said something smart. He said
Oh.
we can't detect it through the electromagnetic spectrum.
Right.
That is correct. And that's why we call it dark. It's something we cannot detect. Now, what Ross is doing is the same thing Leo was doing. He's just using buzzwords. He's trying to say 99% is wrong. He's completely misunderstanding what we're talking about. For example, he mentioned something about the orbit of Mercury. So before general relativity, we knew how all the planets orbited using Kepler's law, force equals mass times acceleration, except for Mercury. Mercury did something weird. It did what's called a precession, meaning that oval shape it does, it moved around, and Newtonian physics couldn't explain it. And that's sort of how then general relativity was able to explain it. But let me, do you have a cat, Sovereign or Kevin? Do you have a cat?
I know. No.
But you know cats purr, right? They
Yeah.
purr. Do you know that we don't know exactly the mechanism which causes how a cat purrs?
Hmm.
You would think we would know that. You would think we would know that, right?
Yeah, we
don't.
know that. We don't know that. Yeah, that's
Yeah, we
true.
don't know that. And so what Ross is picking up on
I think
is
it's
that the
demons.
whole point of doing science, the beginning of science is I don't know what that is. So we thought general relativity would sort of explain what Newtonian physics doesn't. But when we look at sort of the universe at a macro scale, there's some things which it doesn't fully explain. That's absolutely true. And whatever this thing is, I don't know if it's a mass or this, it cannot be seen in the electromagnetic spectrum. And therefore, that's why we just called it dark matter. Doesn't mean anything.
But isn't this still based, I mean, on like right off the bat, this is what we're the thing. First off, we are not taking into account, we don't know what the medium is that these things are in. That's one big one. Distances are assumed based on and I'm going to say an assumed astronomical unit based on the distance from the Earth to the Sun.
That's an astronomical
assumption.
I mean, this is assumption built upon assumptions, and you know it like we pointed out before, it changes drastically, which shows you know all the time they have to adjust this shit just to try to make it work, whereas it never once considering, hey, maybe this isn't how shit's working at all anyway. But maybe we are. I mean, even Kepler, wasn't it Kepler that was so, you know, he said it was a
Kepler showed the orbits.
He said it was a horrific fucking no, Hubble, Edwin Hubble.
Well, Hubble did the expanding universe.
He said it was a horrifying
right here in California
conclusion.
Right here on Mount Wilson.
It was a horrifying conclusion that it makes him uncomfortable that, you know, we are at the center of things, and he didn't like that. So I don't know, man.
Well, no, we're not at the center. The universe is not expanding on the center of us. That's a whole other story.
I don't think it's expanding at all.
Again, I don't want to get into an argument about this. I just want to say
what
this.
What if we're actually shrinking?
You assume that we haven't measured it. Okay, that's your belief that we haven't measured it, but us scientists say yes, we have measured it. Okay. So now, if we want to have a debate and try to debunk the measurements, that's fine. We can do that later. But what Leo is talking about is based on that. Okay, we assume this is true. For example, RNA vaccines assume that evolution is correct. Now, there are a lot of people, especially in this country, who deny evolution. That's fine. It's your right to do so. But many scientists would disagree with you that yes, we do know how to measure stuff. And don't
Okay.
forget parsecs. We can measure in
You
parsecs.
do know that observations are not measurements, right?
You measure. If I want to, so this weekend I have to do some work and I got to buy some wood at my house.
Mhm.
I'm going to measure with a tape measure
Right.
how long it is, and I'm going to observe my tape measure and go, "Oh, look, I observe it to
Right.
be 9
Well,
feet."
you actually
That's an
physically
observation.
of physical measurement. You're not going to do it just guessing without the tape measure, just by looking at your house and imagining what you want the deck
Yeah,
to be.
I'm gonna observe it.
That would be called an estimate, right? So what you want to do is
Technically,
actually,
all measurements are estimates. We can never
well,
measure
you
anything
know,
exactly, but
it's
that's calculus.
picking you any shit right there. When it comes down to what I just said, that's the absolute. So yes, you observed the measuring device, which was the tape. Okay. You didn't observe the house and observe a pile of lumber and decide what the measurements that you should cut should be. You had
What color is your sweatshirt?
my color of my sweatshirt, it's the absence of color. It's black.
Oh, it's black. It looks blue to me.
Yeah, it's
How
colors
about
are
see
light.
that word Patreon? What color is that? You see it on the screen?
No. Oh, wait, I don't know. Anyway, this is going way off the
We're observing. No, we're observing it. What do
Yeah.
we observe it to be?
Well, we use whatever.
Okay.
I'm not
Green,
sure.
red, whatever. But we need to quantify it. So we could actually we observe it to be a certain color, but then science, we quantify it, we could figure out what the wavelength of the EM,
Yeah,
waves
but
is.
you have to use a device to
So
do that with, right?
again, I don't want to get into the weeds about this. Honestly, I maybe one of these days you can explain to me what you're talking about. I really don't get it. I don't know what you're saying.
Detected through
All
gravity.
right, we need to make a space for each other.
That's where, so in God, was it Vera Rubin that noticed differences or didn't notice as much of a difference as was expected in the rotation curves of galaxies? I'm pretty sure it was her. That's another thing. That's another anomaly.
I don't know what Leo's
Galaxies
talking about, right?
lens light more than they should,
look
as
it
if
up.
there's more mass there than what we can see. That's another anomaly. These don't
How do we know?
disprove general relativity because general relativity still works just fine. These are just anomalies because
just
our
showed you the
theories in
experiments that
describing
debunk it.
reality are not complete.
Oh.
But this is just dark matter, which we can detect, and we can detect it through
How do we
the
detect it?
collisions of galactic clusters, because what happens is all of the normal matter that we can see and that we're made out of will shock and slow as it interacts and you get friction. But most of the mass of these galaxy clusters, when they collide, passes right through and does not interact. That's dark matter. That's how we can detect it, through its gravitational interactions.
Leo, you
We can tell it exists because it's not there.
sounded very compelling. I'm not gonna lie, Leo. I wish I was as nice as you and I could just believe stuff, right, that other people tell me and just go on with my life. You know what? It doesn't seem like they're right, but I want to believe it and not think about this anyway. So let me just check out of the conversation. But I can't do that, Leo. I can't check out of the conversation. All right. Like I said, for the sake of this conversation, the scientific experiment, the scientific method is only two things: it's observations and experiments.
There
If
you
you don't
go.
have observations and experiments, then all these theories you're giving me are just philosophy.
That's not what the
and some
scientific
people
method
that
is.
respect.
Ross is
And I
incorrect.
respect.
What's that?
That's not what the scientific method is. He's incorrect. He's doing again a classic straw man argument, which is because Ross doesn't understand it, it doesn't exist. So I don't know if you can switch really quick. I'm showing you the graph, which sort of explains the dark matter problem.
Yeah, we'll get into that another time.
But my point is, nobody in the chat, nobody on this panel is going to be able to understand it. It is
No.
confusing. I
I
will
know.
even admit I don't
it's
fully
like
understand it.
Dune.
I'm going to have to study it. That doesn't
it-
mean just because I don't understand it doesn't mean it's incorrect.
I know, it's like the first time you read Dune, you have to go, what? You have to go back and look at it again a
God,
few
Dune is
times.
too
and then,
complicated.
you know. So yeah.
Yeah,
I know
I'm not
it's
into Dune.
what it is a lot of theoretical nonsense. That's what it comes down to. It's a bunch of theoretical nonsense with absolutely zero proof beyond theory that this is actually anything real. that
Well,
they're
again,
even
we can't
talking
prove anything until we know it. So yeah, we don't have any proof of dark matter. That's
about. I mean,
absolutely
it's just
true.
that you don't have.
It's a hypothesis.
Just like
It's a
90
hypothesis.
fucking percent of the shit that they come up with.
Yeah,
You know?
but again,
It's just making up fucking fantasy shit.
Well,
to fit
all
this
I'll say
idea
about that is
of an absolute scientific impossibility in the
I
first.
don't understand biology. Like, I don't know how cells divide. I just remember mitosis. That doesn't mean I tell all the biologists who I work with that their science is stupid because I don't understand.
No, you wouldn't
Just
do
because
that.
I don't understand it doesn't mean it's not true.
You're comparing fucking apples and oranges. What do you think? I don't understand. I've read into this shit,
No,
man.
I'm saying people like Leo do a poor job of explaining these complex subjects.
Well, yeah, and in fact, why are they even debating stupid fucking theories that have been on?
But Ross also doesn't know. Ross also doesn't know what he's talking about.
This is where Ross didn't. I think Ross should learn from this experience, right? Don't go in there. You don't have to prove these negatives. Okay, use your material not as your argument. Use it as the counter argument. Let Leo bring that shit up and then fucking knock it back. See, he started off with like my example of saying, "Hey, I can turn into a chicken," right? You don't have to prove that I can't turn into a chicken, right? So the burden of proof is on me about turning into a chicken. So that's the way that has to, that's the way that has to be handled right there. Because we know through all experience and observations, and that people cannot turn into a fucking chicken, right? So
yes,
my positive claim of this impossibility is carries the burden of proof. And so does it with this other theoretical nonsense passed off as reality.
Well, why do you say it's nonsense? See this. Okay, so let me explain what Ross is doing incorrectly. So Leo is trying to explain what dark matter is, right? Ross is trying to disprove what Leo said about dark matter by trying to use the scientific theory by saying, oh, 99% of it is wrong. The fact is, Ross also doesn't understand what dark matter is. He has no idea what it is. He just thinks he knows.
And just a second, Tony Drake.
That's what I call hubris.
Tony Drake.
The beginning of science is I don't know. Like, for example, last week, I did not know that there were more time zones. What do you want to call me? The South. Okay, I'll skip the South because I don't want to talk about the flat Earth. I'm not going to call it a hemisphere. I did not know that. Now I know it.
Call it whatever you want, you know.
But the problem is you can't go into it thinking that you're an expert on it without knowing what you're talking about. And for example, I wouldn't say that mitosis doesn't exist or DNA doesn't exist because I don't know anything about biology. I'm not just going to tell them that, oh, you don't know what you're talking about.
Well, wait a second.
I would study the subject.
Let me put it into a nutshell.
Once I know what the other side is saying, then I can start to debunk it. But if you don't know what the other side is saying, you can't debunk it. Ross doesn't know physics, but Ross is trying to debunk physics.
Let me just put it kind of in a nutshell. All right, Tony, I don't know. Get your equipment's not working right. Once I see you up on camera, I'll go ahead and hit you up on stage. But the thing is, okay, so there's some stuff out there, but you can't see it and you can't really detect it. But we think it's there because of some stuff that happened. That is basically what it's based on. All right. And this is why do you think that? Well, because our theory says that this, and this should happen, but it doesn't happen. So that must mean that there's something there. Oh, okay. Well, where is this something? Well, you can't see it, but it has to be there because of these effects that are happening. Yeah, but your effects that are happening are theoretical. Okay.
Do you understand why general relativity?
Wrong.
Do you understand why general relativity fails at explaining this stuff?
Because it has no basis in reality.
No, but general relativity does. You know, it is a proven theory. It does affect. I wouldn't say it's the most important thing, but just like Newtonian physics, you know, explained a lot of stuff, but there were gaps. There were some things it couldn't explain.
Right.
So if you're going to debunk dark matter, you got to debunk dark matter within the context of general relativity. But if you don't know what general relativity is, you can't say it's wrong.
This is all stemming from your guesses of the mass of their various things you see up there.
Well, again, you think they're guesses.
Well, yeah, of course they're guesses. How in the fuck would you ever know what the mass of any of those things are?
I get it. You don't know how we know that stuff. That's fine.
Well, I mean, how would you?
Well, we do. It's complicated.
No, it's complicated at all. It's made up. It's
Well,
based off
if
of
you want to
some.
believe it's made
oh,
up, that's
wait.
fine. It's
It's
made up.
based off. Wait, it's
Made up.
based.
I think the
off of,
speedometer in my car lies to me. It's made up.
it's based off of a fucking theory.
Well, that's
It's
not what a
based
theory
off
is.
of a
Theory is a
theory. You're
collection
saying,
of facts
oh,
that
we
leads
think
to a
this is
conclusion.
true. We think
I
gravity.
think the word you're trying to say is hypothesis.
We think gravity is real, and we think gravity does this. We don't really have any proof of it, but
We
we're
do.
going to say that this is the cause of this shit out here happening. I mean,
Okay.
that's what they've done, and it's ridiculous. That's not science.
So let me ask you this. What do you think I think gravity is?
I don't know what you think gravity is.
So you don't know what I think gravity is, but you're going to debunk
Well,
that
it's either
I
gonna
know
be-
that
well,
gravity
there's no such
is a
thing
fundamental
outside.
force of the- No, just bear with me. here.
Outside
You
of
don't
the
know
context of the word
What
gravitas.
I think gravity is, but you're
There's Tony.
debunking gravity. You see how that's illogical?
No, because here's the thing. We haven't determined that gravity is anything that needs to be debunked. We haven't determined its existence.
We have.
No, we have not.
Yeah, we have.
How?
Physics.
What physics? What physics proves gravity?
Do you want me to give a physics lecture? I'm not going to do it.
No, you ain't got to do that. It's just real simple.
But so there are four fundamental forces in the universe. Gravity is one of those. Gravity,
Yeah. Wait a
electromagnetism,
second.
and then
No,
the two others are the
that's
strong force and the
assumption.
weak force. But we really don't care about those. two.
Gravity is an assumption.
No, it's not.
You're assuming that that's a force, and
You're assuming that it's an
and
assumption.
wait a second. The rest of your physics people are going to smack you because gravity is not a force. It causes.
Okay. Good point. Good point. I was baiting you into saying that.
No, you weren't.
So,
No, you weren't.
when you want to spread, I don't want to say it's a lie because I don't think you're lying. You're just misunderstanding. But
Mhm.
in fact, remember you told me something. I forgot the name of it. It's just like electromagnetic vibration in the earth. Now, is gravity an actual force?
Are you talking about the
no,
Schumann resonance?
gravity, gravitational acceleration
Mhm.
is a fictitious force. Okay, but you need relativity to explain what it is. However, gravity itself is a fundamental force of the universe.
But
It
wait,
is
wait.
hella complicated.
We
It
can
is hella
easily
complicated.
debunk-
But
we-
I know you probably heard, oh, gravity's not a force. Why are physicists so stupid?
But we can easily debunk.
I'm a
that people-
physicist and I get what you're saying, but when we start talking about gravity not being actual real force, that's grad school. You got to know general relativity to go down that route.
But
again, you're trying to debunk something.
No, wait a
You
second.
don't actually have the knowledge.
Wait a second.
You know what general
Einstein
relativity is?
invoked. Listen, Einstein invoked an equivalency factor in there, and the equivalency factor has been shown to be fucking bullshit.
Okay, you're just making stuff up now.
No, I'm not.
That's why I find ironic. You think that I just make stuff up or parrot stuff which other people have heard? You're just parroting something.
No.
Let's analyze.
The equivalency principle is this: if an elephant was dropped from 10 feet, okay, the force of that is equal to the same as if the Earth dropped 10 feet onto the elephant. That's fucking bullshit.
That is not what the equivalency
That's what his
principle is.
would. Yes, his principle would show.
No, this is something I know quite a bit about because I'm a nuclear physicist. Okay, so we look at basically at the atomic
look
level.
at things that
The
you think
equivalency
exist.
principle is that the rules of physics at sort of the macro level should be the same at the quantum level. That's the equivalency principle. I don't know what you're talking about, elephants or stuff like that. This has more to do with actually the two other forces I talked about, the strong force and the weak force.
If it's true on a quantum level,
most of us
true
will
on
never deal
macro.
with.
If it's true in the micro, it's true
like
in the
you
macro.
open a grad
Nick.
school textbook, learn some words, and you're just parroting them, but you don't know what you're saying.
No, listen.
So you explain to me.
No,
what the
you
equivalency is.
underestimate who you're talking to based on your perception of.
Well,
it.
you were right about the time
That's been
zone.
your
I'll give you that.
mistake. That's been your mistake from day one. Okay, you have
Alvin,
underestimated.
can I just make an observation?
Read
If you're
the
attacking me,
art of war.
stick to the topic.
Okay,
Debunk the
but
topic. Don't
I'm
try
serious.
to tell me
Read the
that
art
I've
of
got
war.
problems.
Read the art of war. Never underestimate your opponent.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. So anyway, we're gonna go back onto this video. We can do this. And listen, if you want to have a good one, we can.
And I'm
go
trying to
on
be
this.
fair. I'm
know,
calling
but
out
listen to
Leo.
me,
I'm
Nick, I'm
calling out
serious.
Leo when he's
No, I'm
saying
serious.
silly
I'm
stuff.
serious.
I'm
Listen,
going to call Ross out too.
What do you think? I'm serious, man. How would you like to go on this platform, modern day debate?
You don't know what how can I debate general relativity with you if you don't know what general relativity is?
Okay, well, I'm debating whether or not the realm we live on is a fucking ball with water on it flying around in space.
I don't know if it's a ball. I have no idea
Okay.
if it's a ball. I know it's not flat,
You'd
but
have
I don't know
you-
that's a ball.
how
But
do
I'm
you
not
know
talking
it's
about
not?
that today.
How do you know
I
that
don't care
then?
about that debate. That debate is so done with.
Right? But I mean, I'm serious, man. That you know my position. You know
Yeah,
my position
that's
on
fine.
this shit. So
Okay.
if you'd like to go on there, man, you can email them, and they've already been in touch with me. I've already back and forth with them.
Well, like for
So-
example, Ross, the only thing I would tell him is like you can't use general relativity to disprove general relativity when you don't know what general relativity is. That's all
Well,
I'm
arguing a theory versus a theory versus a theory versus a theory, get down to what can be
Again,
fucking
you don't
proven.
know what general relativity is, so
You
you
have to
can't
get
really
down
debate.
to, wait a second. You have to get down to what is actually factually provable and just fucking stick with it. That's it. The pseudoscience bullshit, you keep that out, because that's where you get lost in the weeds with the pseudoscience bullshit. You put right down what can be factually proven with demonstrable and repeatable experimentation.
Like force equals mass times acceleration,
Right.
repeatable.
Okay. So
Aerodynamics, repeatable.
yeah. Well, wait a second. So force equals mass times acceleration. Wonderful. What's causing it?
Good point. Good point.
Uh-huh.
So force equals mass times acceleration is a law. Okay. So in
Okay,
science,
right.
we have laws. It doesn't explain anything. That's where Newton made the mistake. Newton was able to use kinematic equations to show, okay, objects on planet Earth fall at a rate of approximately 9.81 meters per second squared.
Right.
It doesn't explain why.
Right.
And that's where and so
do
the
you
dark
think-
matter
do you think that-
hold on. The dark
Sorry.
matter debate is sort of the same way. It's okay, we
Yeah,
know
I
this
know.
happens, but why? We don't know why. And you're right. Force equals mass times acceleration is just an equation. It doesn't explain why. Doesn't explain
So
why. You're absolutely
here's
correct
the
about that.
and that's exactly my point. Okay.
But you
So
don't
what
know
the-
either.
Wait a second. Wait a
Can't you
second.
just admit that
Hold
you
on,
don't know either?
Nick, wait a second. Yeah, I do know.
Okay, there you go. See, that's where
do.
the hubris comes in.
No, it's not hubris, because here's the problem,
You don't
right?
know.
Wait a second. So can you let me talk, or are you going to let me interrupt? All right.
Okay, explain to us why
All right,
force equals mass
so
times acceleration.
with mass, all right. So as we watch the gravitational acceleration, as you call it, right, the rate at which things drop at 9.81 meters per second squared, average. So we all agree on that. Now,
Not the rate that they
all right,
drop, the rate that they
your-
accelerate towards the ground.
the
Its velocity
explanation.
increases.
Wait a second. The explanation is gravity. So what we have is we
Not
have
gravity, gravitational acceleration. They're two
all right.
different
Well,
things.
what's causing the gravitational acceleration?
Newton's laws don't explain that.
Okay,
You're right.
nothing
They don't.
does. So what you've done, this is great. I'm glad you got it right to the point.
No, you're right.
All right,
Newton's
so
laws
what
don't.
they have done is taken this unknown, treated it as though it's a known, and ascribed it to other things that they don't know anything the fuck about.
You've totally lost me, man. You got to
Okay,
explain that.
what
better.
I'm
You've
talking
totally
about
lost me.
is this cause that they say is gravity, right?
No, Newton's laws don't explain the cause. There's no cause and effect.
So
Nothing.
nobody knows what that cause is. Nothing. You don't
Okay,
know
so
what causes.
that's where
what
you're wrong.
causes-
You
so
do
you don't
now
know
know
what
the cause.
causes things to fall.
General relativity.
Okay, go ahead and explain that.
General relativity.
Go ahead, explain what you mean by that.
You
That
want me to
because
explain
the
general
Earth
relativity?
is rising
Okay,
up.
so do you know what?
So
Okay,
you're
so
saying
do you
that
understand what a
these
four
things
vector
are
is?
both- You're saying that the Earth is actually meeting the object.
Here, I got a better one. Slav. Do you agree that electricity exists?
Of course,
Why?
because if without it, we couldn't
So
have
why?
anything.
Why does it exist?
I don't know because
Have you heard,
it's a
some of
thing.
us, we've done some electric work. We have Ohm's law, volts equals, yeah.
Right.
Does that equation, which is sort of fundamental E&M, does it explain why why we have electricity?
All right, so we know we can create electricity.
Why do we have electricity?
Wait a second, just a second, because we have magnetism as well, and wherever you have a magnetism, you have electricity. They're
Yes.
brother and sister. Okay,
Electromagnetism, that's
why.
force.
Now,
Yep, absolutely.
this is an equivalency fallacy because we can actually manipulate all of the variables. We can make independent variables out of each of the elements within what's causing and affecting the fucking electricity. So we know this, right? When it
No,
comes,
I had no idea what you
wait a
said.
second.
Talking
So
about
when it
elements,
comes to
stuff like that.
gravity, when it comes to
Stick
gravity,
with electricity. Forget about gravity. I don't care
all right,
about
wait
gravity.
a second. No, I'm not going to, because what I'm pointing out is when we're dealing with electricity, we can either make the magnetism the independent variable, right? And we can increase or decrease the amount of magnetism involved, or we can manipulate the electricity. We can manipulate both, and we see that they're interrelated.
I know
They're
we can manipulate it.
together,
What
right?
is it? What
Right?
is electricity?
It's a fluctuation within the field. It's a pressure
What
deviation
field?
within the electromagnetic spectrum of
So
everything.
you did say something correct that so and because I teach experimental physics and even in advanced experiments we try to limit, because if you change multiple independent variables, you don't actually know which variable affected your independent. So we try to simplify it where you're only changing one variable to see
Okay.
how this affects it.
All right, so
That's correct. You're right. You're right about
do
that.
it with gravity.
Now,
right,
as
we
far as
have-
electromagnetism is
if we
concerned,
do it with gravity, the 9.8 meter second square, right? We got
Yeah.
that. Okay.
the
so
independent
this
variable
would
we're
be-
changing is the height.
Okay.
We're not going to
well,
change anything else.
not-
Just the height.
all right. So that's
You're
defined
going back to
as
gravity. I don't care about gravity. You're
Well,
telling
you
me
have
that
to, though, Nick.
because remember,
You
Newton's
have
law
to.
doesn't explain gravity, but
No,
I'm
you
asking
have
you
to care
what
about the
explains
gravity.
electricity.
Wait a second. Before you can ascribe, because we can experiment with electricity and we can ascribe its properties to other things.
We experiment with
cannot-
gravity every day. They're called airplanes.
You cannot actually put gravity and ascribe these theoretical principles, these ideas, to things that you have no idea anything about.
So why do skyscrapers not fall down due to gravity?
No, it's not. Due to
You would have to know a
gravity at
little bit
all.
about gravity. In fact, the first rule of
you don't.
architecture
All
is
you have
gravity
to know
kills.
is you don't have to know about
Well,
gravity.
let's not
at
get
all.
into the weeds
What is
about
gravity? Then
You're
what is
saying
gravity?
we don't observe gravity, but what about
Okay,
electricity?
your explanation of gravity is things fall and go boom.
Okay, I'm asking you, what is the explanation? Why do we have electricity?
Okay, wait a second. Why
Can't you switching? You can say I don't know.
No, you switched it to electricity when
Yeah,
we were talking
because it's
about
related.
gravity
It's related, but why do we have electricity?
because of magnetism.
Electromagnetism is one and the same thing.
Well, no, they're brother and
Okay,
sister.
because of magnetism, but
magnetism
what
and
causes
electricity
it?
are
How
brother and
does
sister.
magnetism cause electricity?
Because there's a disruption in the field. They cause a disruption, a gap that keeps going and filling in and
The field is continuous. It's a
separating.
continuous three-dimensional vector field.
Right.
There are no gaps in it.
No, there are gaps. There's negative.
No.
Yes, there's
So
ons
you don't
and
know.
offs.
You don't know. You
If
don't know.
there's not ons and offs, then there's nothing there.
You don't know. You don't
Yes, because everything
No,
is
you don't.
constant ons and offs.
know. You're saying gibberish. You're saying magnetism. I think you're trying to say a magnetic field.
Well, isn't that what you were just fucking talking
Magnetism
about?
is the effect of a magnetic field. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Magnetism is the effect
All right.
of a
Can
magnetic field.
I manipulate
Oh,
that
we're gonna
magnet?
start talking about magnetic
Can I
field. So,
manipulate that? Hold
So,
on,
okay,
wait.
so how do we
So-
generate power? We take a magnet and we spin it around, right? And it generates electricity, right?
Nick, we're talking about fucking gravity. Quit derailing. Are you
No,
ready?
no, because you're saying
All right.
you don't know what gravity is,
Nick,
therefore it doesn't exist.
you're
So I'm
fucking
asking you,
irritating
does
me. because you just
electricity
won't
exist?
Shut the fuck up.
I'm getting frustrated because
I'm
I'm
not getting frustrated. You're irritating me again.
again
You're irritating me because
all right,
you
I'll stop
keep wanting-
irritating you.
This is what you do.
You can believe gravity doesn't exist. That's fine with me. I'm okay with it.
You keep deflecting off to other things. Okay. We were specifically talking about you identifying a goddamn force that you haven't really identified and then ascribing that bullshit to other things that you don't know anything about. Okay, that was the point of what I was saying. Had nothing to do with fucking magnets or electricity. So just we're done with that now.
Okay, I'll buy that.
We're
Why
done
do
with
objects fall at a
We're
constant?
done with that now.
Okay, then
If
you tell me why.
want to debate me about gravity, Nick.
Explain it. Explain it.
If you want to debate me about this shit, Nick, you can go on Modern Day Debates. You're derailing my fucking show. It's not the Nick show. You dig?
It's the Taylor Show.
It is. How you doing, Taylor?
I'm fine. I just came to soak up you guys' negative vibes and animosity.
No, I'm not gonna have no negative vibes, babe. I'm just not.
Did you babe me?
I'm not in his. I'm not in his fucking. I'm not in his little world right now. I mean, it's like I've told him before. If you want to fucking debate me on this shit, go through modern day debates or go through Jeranism.
What about hostile vibes? Is that the right word? You guys have something. It's like sexual tension, but more hostile.
He's like a little irritating fucking nerd sometimes, man. It's like and he can't ever just stick to what the fuck you're talking about. What he wants to do is everything that you start talking about, then he'll go, well, let's look at the word of. Now, what does of mean? And it's like, fuck you, Nick. We're not talking about that dumb shit, you know? It's like funnier and shit, man. I don't know. Anyway, I want to get on with this at least for a little bit so I can at least get halfway through it, man. Shit.
Respect that you respect them. Don't get me wrong. I respect that you respect them, but I don't have any respect for anybody. I don't believe anything anybody says. So when somebody says something, I got to see the evidence. I got to see the experiments. I'm gonna be honest, Leo. I like you haven't shown them. Like I just want to be clear. Like on my point, right? Like just on the 4 points that I have, right? Before we get too lost in the weeds, right? Number one, all experimentation and all observation shows that the earth isn't moving, all right? So you can still be a globe earther and accept the truth. The truth is that every scientist on the planet accepts
on a planet
that all observation and experiment shows that the earth isn't moving. So like, let's accept that. And then we can move on to, all right, now is the earth the center of the cosmos? All right, every scientist accepts that we'll never be able to tell. We won't be able to tell. And guess what? All observation shows it looks like we're in the center. That's why they say we can't tell, because they don't want to accept that we're
in fact,
the center.
You know, the original heliocentric model still had everything the same, but it had it all going around the earth.
I did not know that.
That was original, you know, because it was like, no, the earth's not moving, you know, it's the other things are still moving, but we're the center of it. But they still was going with that ball shit. It's nuts. It's Helios, man. It's fucking sun worship.
So they want to accept what it looks like, but they're like, you know what? It could be either way. That's where we are on that. All right. If you don't accept that, then you're not familiar with scientific consensus. Number three, my bad, is that the surface is not curved, and you have some leeway there. But you're either gonna have to accept that the surface that we live on. I'm not saying that the Earth is not a globe. I'm saying that the surface that we live on is flat based upon experiment. All right. So you can either say that we live in a globe, but there's a flat plane in the middle of the globe, or you can say we live on a big ass globe. That
I just say it's Earth's a stationary level topographical plane contained within a dynamic fluid pressure system. That's
a mouthful.
It is, but I mean, it pretty much lays it out there, because a lot of times people like Nick, well, you have hills and valleys and mountains and, you know, oh my God. Yeah, I know. That's called topography. Level means level. No deviation, no point that's unequal with another. That's level. Those are right from the fucking definition. Doesn't say perpendicular to the center of the earth or any fucking thing like that. It's dumb. How are you perpendicular to the center of a ball? Come on. There are no arcs in lines.
It's so big that we can't detect the curve. Those are literally your only two options. So if you have some experiments or some observations that can like lead me in the right direction, I would really like to learn. I want to learn from you. I want to leave this conversation having gained more information, not feeling like somebody won or lost.
So
the guy up here, Leo, could be Jeff Goldblum's love child.
He doesn't know his dad either, so he could be, for real. I've argued against him, not any formal debates, but he believes in everything the opposite that I do. And,
oh my God, yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, for a while our circles overlap some, and I just could not. He's not a bad guy. I feel bad, but he was insufferable. He's just unbearable to be around.
Yeah, I could imagine. Yeah, well, something is going on with these guys. What is it about them that they embrace that? And it's like, yeah, it rubs me the wrong way too. These people that are really statist, They're all pro.
Well, I
They're,
met him
they're
through
like
atheist
all
groups.
in.
I
They're
met him in
all
atheism channels, which atheism is the religion of statism, basically.
Mhm.
And yeah, it's everything the opposite of me: statism, socialism, atheism, globism,
globism,
heliocentrism, scientism,
heliosexuals.
safe and effectivism.
Yes, I know. Well, I just say they're all in. Those people like that, they're just all in. Whatever the establishment has put there for them, thank you so much, master. Can I have some more? It's whatever's put in their trough, they'll eat.
The establishment is a surrogate father for him.
So I can't.
And I actually believe that too. That's actually my psychological analysis of him, not just me being glib. It is kind of a glib.
I can't really see anybody with a logical mind being that all in like these guys are, and they all seem to be. And so it gives me pause of measure, because I go, wait a second. There can't be, I mean, maybe there's one or two, but there can't be like a whole bunch of these types of people, are they? That they're all in on all the same things. I mean, they are in agreement with all of these things like that. No way.
I was talking to a woman the other night who had just gotten her ninth booster.
Booster.
Did you even know there was that many?
No. But it gives me hope. It really does.
I was just like, well, holy shit. You, ma'am, deserve it.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Fuck. Yeah, well, you deserve it. Yeah, you deserve a break today.
With respect to the Earth's motion, physicists acknowledge that it is moving, that it is rotating, because, well, number one, we have the seasons, we have the differences in the angle of the sun and the sky as a result of the tilt of the Earth and its position in its orbit. All of those are explained by the Earth moving, as is the fact that during certain solar flares, some parts of the Earth won't be as affected because it's nighttime on those sides. It's facing away from the sun. Also, stellar aberration would be something that would be entirely unexplained if the Earth weren't moving, as with the fact that you can literally see, like people have done time lapses of it, that the sky rotates. And that's because the Earth is rotating about its axis. So that's to address point one. You seemingly just reiterated the things you said in your opening.
Another 30
but
seconds.
The second thing you said about the center of the universe, there is no center of the universe. It would
that shit with the seasons and the angle of the sun, local light source, going north and south, it's going to change angle. If it's here and then it goes over here, it changes angle, and then it comes back and comes to the same other. I mean, it's not that hard to fucking figure out. I mean, none of these things, this is concrete proof that the Earth is a globe because, yes, this thing, and we're just happen to be on this angle that works out just perfect clockwork.
It's the same. And then, well, they'll take a simple thing and try to make it more complicated to gaslight you out of understanding. Fucking Marxists do the same thing. You just don't understand Marx. No, it's simple. I've got the book. It's very thin. It's a simple concept. We understand these things. Perspective. I don't know when the fuck people forgot about that. How things come together in the distance.
I know. Well, and there again, there's the trickery, is they try to show you two-dimensional orthographic Euclidean geometry from a third-person perspective. That's a third-person perspective, and we don't see that way. See, this was one of the stumbling blocks they had with getting like robots to have any kind of depth perception without having to place sensors. That thing can now actually find things and see it, because they started using in the programming of what it's using for its optics, hyperbolic geometry instead of linear two-dimensional orthographics. See, and that's the trick they use, because what they show you two-dimensionally, if you put that to the perspective of the viewer, well, that's not true, because that would mean the sun keeps raising in height. And it's so it's very, very deceptive the way that they try to explain that. It really does. Yeah, LiDAR.
Have you ever been on Modern Day Debate or any of these?
No, I tried to go on there. Sean Hawkins was supposed to go on there and with me, and he backed out of it because he said, "Oh, David refuses to bring a map." And I said, "I never refuse to bring anything, man. What map
I
do you
wish
want me to use?"
that Nick Volt guy would accept your challenge.
I do too. All he's got to do is email the fucking Modern Day Debate. I mean, I told him if he wanted to debate me, look, I've already gone through this with these types of guys, man. I challenge them. I send an email out to the Modern Day Debates. They fucking back out, right? So you want it, send it, man. I don't care. Or come on another night. But the problem with that is I need a moderator or something that's going to keep that fucking guy from just interrupting me every 2 seconds, man. That's the only way I could do it. There's no way I could do it without a moderator that has like control over his fucking microphone or something, because I'm unable to answer anything. I'm unable to actually say anything because he keeps interrupting. He's like Hank. He's like that guy Hank.
Hank's not normally that bad, but late at night at like 1:30 or 2, he starts getting fucking squirrely and pushy. Like he starts talking over people, and he's pushing. He starts pushing the gotcha questions, right?
Right, and they're not really gotcha questions because they're kind of, wow, you kind of came up with that one off the cuff, didn't you? Okay, let me knock that down for you. I don't know. I did enjoy Cynthia that was on there last night. I like talking to her. She's awesome. She's pretty cool. She's
still a little bit slaved in her mindset, but that's okay.
Sure, man. We can break them of that, man. We'll free them. Freeing minds, man. You get brainwashed into thinking for yourself, it could be dangerous, you know.
People can be broken of anything. Their free will, their, you know.
Of course, you don't know. You have no soul. Yeah. I don't know. I think Nick's coming to the idea. I think he's learning.
Look like the center from any point into any observer anywhere in the universe. It's going to look like the center because of the expansion of space, which is a metric expansion of its scale.
You know that?
And so from any one point, it's going to look like.
How are you going to know what it's going to look like from someplace?
That point out from which the universe is expanding. Because again, the expansion is metric. It's an expansion of the scale in space measured over sufficient distances. But there is no center of the universe. The universe isn't an object that could have a defined center like that. So those were the two big things that I just wanted to address.
Okay, so I just want to say that I want to congratulate you on graduating from an appeal to consensus logical fallacy to a false cause logical fallacy. I don't know if you know what that is, but I'm gonna explain it to you right now. All right. So you'll say something like this is an example of a false cause, right? You said like, well, we have 4 seasons, so that must mean that the Earth is moving. You understand how that's a false cause?
That's not what I said.
That's essentially what you said, Leo. I have it written down.
No, I said that the fact that we have seasons is best explained by the rotation of the orbit of the Earth around the sun as a result of the tilt and thereby the positioning of the hemispheres.
All right, he still has another minute.
I didn't say it must be. That's not what I said.
Just try to hold your thought there just for another minute and 10.
I stand corrected. I stand corrected. It's still a false cause though, right? Because just because let's say they are correlated. Correlation is not causation. So you're saying that, that doesn't mean following the logical, syllogism of analysis, right? I don't know if you know what a syllogism is, right? But if you follow logical syllogisms, right, that's not a logical syllogism. We can't do anything with that piece of information. It doesn't give us the answer.
Arguments don't have to be given as syllogisms to be arguments.
Excuse me?
Arguments don't have to be given as syllogisms to be arguments.
To be logical.
Well, yes, but in order to be logical arguments, they
right.
No, they don't.
Really?
What? This guy, come on, man. You're desperate there, Jeff Goldblum's love child. Looky here, Jehovah's daughter Barbara's with us tonight. We got her on the stage. What's happening?
Oh shit.
You want to show everybody what you got today?
I absolutely do. Oh my god.
All right.
You see, can I do this properly? I don't know.
Yeah, watch. I'll put it's all you. It's all you.
See, there's my dick balls, right? My bag of dicks, right?
Bag of dicks.
Oh, you want to see mine? I can turn my camera on. You can see mine too.
Oh, wait a minute, Flo. Wait a minute. Do you
All right.
not see what they're next to?
A dolphin?
Oh,
no.
What are you doing to that dolphin?
Don't molest the dolphin, Barbara. There might be kids watching, man.
Where's my shake weight?
Yeah, show them what's in the bag. Go ahead, show them what's in the bag.
Show them what's in the bag. Oh, the big one first.
Okay, there's you got the diversity pack.
Well, no, because the rest of the three are all colored the same, and
Well,
they're
that
all the
was-
same damn size. What the fuck is wrong with this picture?
I modeled for it. No, I hope not. Jesus Christ.
Here's the last one. Here's the last one.
So somebody came up with on Zulu One's panel today.
Very nice.
Somebody came up.
That was
with
looks like mine, except for bigger. Mine's smaller than that. Yeah.
I got.
Otherwise, they're just the same.
So I can see if I can do this right, because I'm like technologically challenged. And I don't have like by choice. I only have iPhone.
What are you gonna do with all three of those cocks?
I got
All four of those.
Now,
So what's the
Dave,
plan?
It's a bag of dicks. You can do whatever you want to with it. See?
Watch out.
Hey, Dave, can you
What's up?
share the screenshot I shot you of the Facebook about the
wait.
prick?
No, it's on my phone. My phone's in the other room now.
Well,
Shit, but
I will share. When Dave sent me all these, right? I sent him back because Facebook just awarded me the ability to see pricks a mile away.
oh yeah, and one of those quizzes on Facebook. That's right. She got this award that said she was able to see pricks from a mile away. Well, yeah, she's got a whole bag of dicks. She's always got one nearby. Anyway,
Absolutely.
so
and you know what?
on Zulu One, Zulu One on his panel today, he they got to talking, and it was about the same time as my wife got home from work, and they were like, "I want one of those too," because it was talking about the bag of dicks, and they was like, "Oh, I'd like to get one of those too," and shit. And I says, "Honey," I says, "come here. There's people wanting to ask questions about your products," and so the woman that was on there, she came up with the idea for dick mittens. And then my
that
wife
was Lowry. That was Lowry. That was
on
Alex's
Lowry. That was
wife.
Lowry's girl that was
Yes.
there. And she says, and then my wife was like, "Oh my God." And she goes, "Maybe I can make gloves, but each one of the fingers is a dick." And I was like, that would be like
Dave,
Wet Dream on Elm Street. What are you doing?
hey, Dave, I'm gonna send kudos out to Zulu One, right? Because you were on with him, Brian was on with him, Lowry. Well, actually, it was Axel that was on with him, right? And it's like I jump into the damn chat, and the whole damn thing was derailed because I said I'm waiting for my dicks, right?
So have you named the dicks? You should name them. You should name them after people you actually know, or like YouTubers or something. You assign them to actual people. That'd be funny and uncomfortable.
Angela's got getting a bag of dicks too.
How much does a bag of dicks cost? Yes,
I
ma'am.
don't know.
I have no idea. Kind of pre, but look at these. I mean,
Those are good
this
dicks.
is the biggest one, right?
Is it? Now hold up the other one beside it.
Oh, this little one.
Oh, it is the biggest one. Oh, wait, hold on. You're not holding them level. Okay.
Oh, I got all four. See, all three of the yellow ones are the same.
That's a lot of dicks going on right there. I don't even know what to say because everything that I think every funny thing I think, I'm like, oh, that's just too vulgar. That's too vulgar.
Cylon Killer says, "Don't play with them too much, or you'll go blind."
Yeah.
That's terrible, man. Yeah, so I'll put the link to her page.
Dick. To her dick page.
Well, it's not just that. She makes all kinds of shit. She made me a I don't care bear. I can show that to you. That's pretty cool.
Hey, but Dave, but it's like when Zulu brought this up on his channel, it was like at the 1 hour, and I like linked this link earlier, but it's like at the 1 hour 37-minute mark. I was like, all of a sudden I mentioned dicks, right? I'm waiting to get my dicks. It totally derailed. And Lowry, my God, Austin's wife. Oh my goodness.
That was funny.
I want to meet her.
All right, so I just put this is a link to her Facebook page. A little bit naughty, get it? Knots, crochet. And so she does make she also makes little penis chapstick holders.
Little penis chapstick.
Little chapstick holders. She makes all kinds of crazy shit, man.
Oh my God.
Hey Dave.
Yo.
She needs to sell this shit with it.
Yeah, no doubt, right? The plasma, I don't know.
The plasma dolphin?
Dolphin dildo. Electric
Hey,
dolphin.
what were you doing? Show us what you were doing with that dolphin again.
Oh, you really want me to? Oh, let's do it, baby. Let's do it.
Oh my.
Oh my goodness, my angel's like, nah.
That you better lay that angel down so it can't see.
Oh my word.
that lucky dolphin. I had to calm down for that.
Oh my word, man.
You do not think my beloved father has a sense of humor.
She's live in Asia.
I'm what? I'm sorry.
Somebody asked if you were live in Asia.
No, I'm coming free from you in Colorado.
That's tentacles over there. It's tentacles that they're into over there.
Yeah, ain't that
not
some
dolphins.
weird shit? I heard about that, man. That's pretty fucking. That's. I think Nick Volt's into tentacle porn.
Hey, Dave.
What?
Can I like change the subject temporarily for a moment?
I reckon.
Awesome. Well, you said.
Can we incorporate a new subject? But keep the dicks out. All right, I'll shut up.
Oh fuck! I got them right here, right? Anyways, yeah, and I'm like, I've had a few wines, so I read yesterday, right, that February is actually the 11th month, right? Look at those dicks. I don't know where the hell I'm at. Anyway,
Jake, get your. We couldn't see it. Jake's head was in the way of the dicks.
That's all right. Do it again, Barbara.
Jake, move your face away from all that dick. Oh my.
I got 4 dicks. You know what? It's kind of like it's like I've got like. Well, hang on.
Is that a squirrel noise?
I'll show you.
What's that?
Where's she going? She's going to get more dicks.
No, I'm right back. So, see, I got this like poster board, right?
Right.
And I can put like gold, silver, whatever lighting on. I'm gonna put on there is like the dick I pull out of this is how much of a prick you're being, basically. We can do that, can't we?
We can.
Dave, you got to get all those wires behind you under control. Your office is incredibly unsafe like that.
I know, man. That's why we got gerbils and shit up here. I think they came out of Don Pettit's ass. They could run around up here someplace, though. I keep hearing them.
You know what, Dave?
What's that?
If we eliminated the suction toilets on the ISS, etc.,
Yeah.
no man would go into space.
Well, that's
You
why.
think they're just going there for the suction?
Yes.
Of course.
Did I hear that? Did I hear that correctly? Did I
Yep.
interpret that
Of course.
accurately?
That's their theory. That's their
Okay.
theory. That's
I mean, I'm
sound.
not. I don't. It's logically consistent.
It's sound and based in science. So it's a scientific theory. Okay, so therefore we can treat it as fact.
I mean, that would be the most appealing part of space for me. It's not the free dries food,
Right?
Absolutely.
Well, and those girls up there with their hair all would that be something they take out their drawers and their fucking bush is all sticking up?
Oh,
like
the static hair. Yeah. The along came Mary. Mary.
You take out their drawers and their bush is all sticking up like that too.
Listen, sir, I am from the landing strip generation.
It's like, what is that? A scared cat? No, we're in 0G.
So, Dave,
What?
I have successfully derailed 2 streams with dicks today.
Yep, you just got mine.
My mission is complete.
Good
Well,
job,
we
Mark.
prefer if you derailed it with vaginas next time.
We can work on it.
I know that Dave likes dicks just as much as the next guy, but
I appreciate a good dick. Yeah, why not? Sure.
he prefers his wife's dick to anyone
Yeah.
else's.
Her feminine penis. I like
Well,
that.
Flo, you need to go watch Zulu One stream from today at 1:37, 1 hour 37 minutes. Because Lowry, oh my goodness, she is hysterical. She lays it all out. She talks about like that. Well, somebody else brought up like the
Zulu One.
scissored hands.
Zulu One's usually in my chat. He might be in here tonight.
I've not seen him yet, Dave.
No.
Is it aviation stuff? Is that what the?
It's all spelled out. It's all spelled out. ZULUONE.
No,
Ooh.
JG, I do. JG,
Oh my God.
let me put this to rest immediately. My health was destroyed for products to fix me. So, any thoughts about your anus? I had 18 inches of colon removed. It's like, you better back the motherfucker up.
So it's extra tight.
Yeah. Oh, fuck no. It is unapproachable territory.
Fresh road.
I was trying to make
hell.
Dave spit, but I.
Oh my goodness. I cannot believe I just said that.
Mods help flow out. What's going on here? Yeah, there's the Zulu One channel right there. Angela put it in the chat. So let me try to get along through this thing. I think I'm going to go like about a half hour of it, and then I'll make a part 2 because we've been on a long time tonight.
I'll zip it.
We're having good combo. It's cool.
To be valid, it just needs to be that the conclusion logically draws from the premises. Whether the argument is laid out formally, like in a
That's what a
syllogism,
syllogism is.
irrelevant to whether or not the conclusion logically draws from the premises. That's all it means for an argument to be valid.
Okay, well, I just want to be clear. Okay, so a syllogism is just an argument that is
premise,
on
conclusion.
premise,
I know
right?
what a
That's it,
syllogism
right?
is.
Okay, so now in
I've
order
taken
for
2 courses in formal logic.
All right, we're going to give Russ 35 seconds here. Go ahead, Russ.
Okay, in order for them to be logical, though, right, it has to follow, right, true statements. Like if I say all of these kids in here are mine,
That's soundness, not validity.
no, that's not soundness. No, soundness is if those statements are true. I'm gonna explain the difference right now. All right. So this is
I know what the difference between validity and
I want to explain it for the people listening. All right. So a logical argument would be like, look, all of these kids in here are mine. I'm a black person, so all of these kids are black people, right? So that would be logical. That doesn't mean that it sounds like, because if it's not sound, that means like.
Oh, look! I hope it's StreamYard. Damn. Oh, look, they're gonna
These
make
kids might not be mine, or I might not be black. If one of the premises aren't true, that determines whether or not it's sound or not. Logic can be logic without it being sound.
Well, an argument can be valid, but not sound. Yes.
Okay, yeah. But
I don't know what this has to do with anything that I had said.
Oh, I'm going to explain right now because your arguments aren't valid. They might be.
Why not?
I'm explaining to you false cause. Before it was appeal to consensus. Now it's just.
I don't
false
know
cause.
where I committed a false cause. You've claimed that I've committed one, but you haven't shown how I committed it.
I'm repeating your words back to you. All right. You said that. Well, the reason why we can confirm the earth is moving is because we have seasons. And the best thing that explains seasons is the earth moving. Now, that may be true, even though it's not true. But let's say it is. Even if it is true, that's a false cause. If I create like
no, it's not. Because if it's true, then that is the cause. So then how would it be a false cause?
It isn't the cause. There are other things that explain that, right? And we've been through that.
Hey, Dave.
Yo.
Do you think that they like removed merry-go-rounds from like playgrounds so that people didn't understand that Earth isn't moving?
No, I think what they did that for was because of the litigiousness of people today. Everybody's looking for a free meal ticket. So the kid goes on the playground, they go out there and they get hurt learning physics, right? Which they're all right, they're resilient, they'll heal, right? But they want to sue the fucking school, and this is dangerous. And you got these people that want to wrap the kids all in bubble wrap and put pads on them and training wheels till they're 14, keep them in a car seat till they're damn near old enough to fucking drive. You know, we've become a nanny state. So I think that's the main reason they've been removed, is because people are pussies.
Today.
Yeah, today they are.
So Dave,
I got thrown the fuck off that thing. I'll tell you another one too. When a fat kid gets off the other side of the teeter-totter without letting you know on the seesaw, drop you down to the fucking ground. That's a lesson learned.
Man, those motherfuckers were the worst.
I know,
any kid who would drop you on the teeter-totter like that, guarantee grew up to be a fucktard. Every last one of them grew up to be pieces of shit. They stayed that way their whole lives.
Yep.
So when is the last time Flo or Dave have seen a merry-go-round in a public park? It's been over 14 years for me.
I got to be honest, I haven't looked for one, and I certainly haven't tracked them.
I haven't been around too many playgrounds. I think they might have one down here at this park.
My daughter's
Probably
13.
got one up in elementary school, but I ain't really ever paid attention. I'll have to either take a look. I'll take a look the next time I go over to Lisa's house. Lisa Tattersall, she lives right across the street from the school. So,
I mean, I know that I've spun my daughter on one probably 8 years ago, when we were living. Yeah, so probably, I mean, at 8 years at the longest.
Right.
Thank you, Dave, for clarifying. Lisa Marie from Lisa.
Yeah, that Lisa stopped coming around. I stopped putting up with her fucking nonsense. I banned her.
And high dives. I don't know when the last time I jumped off a high dive was.
Yeah, you don't see that too often either, man. Even the public pools aren't even as deep as they used to be.
It was like right after, like right after I got up the courage to like actually dive off them when I was a kid. I think that was like the last time that I fucking jumped off one. Like, damn, I just got the diving off the high dive down, and now they're gone.
Yeah, they got to wear bubble wrap, and everything's got to be all safe. And this is why, and all it did was pussify everybody.
Hey, excellent point, Dave.
Well, I mean, it's like a domestic cat. It's like a domesticated cat. If you take a domesticated cat, he's been declawed, he's used to having his food come from a can. Has never had to hunt, has never had to fend for himself or anything like that. And then all of a sudden, he's placed out on his own. Bam, that cat's not going to make it. A cat's not going to make it, man. And it's the same thing. This is what they've done to people. It used to be a time where kids would join in things called 4-H, and they learned about, even if they weren't going to be a farmer, they got the experience and learned about what you do on farms and things like that. And they don't have that anymore. I mean, they're struggling for funding. And meanwhile, they want to have, after school Satan clubs and fucking tranny story hour and all kinds of other stupid shit.
Dave, excellent point, because, you and I grew up, well, I'm like a decade older than you, so I grew up in the 60s and 70s. But like in the 70s, and even when my kids, my sons were born in 77 and 79, and they had like art, auto mechanics, woodworking, and all that crap.
Yeah.
I mean, at least they had home ec. They learned how to like sew, cook, clean. Well, they learned it at home long before they learned it in school, because I was taught that. But man, the most, and Dave, every panel, like, I am so thankful for the ones that are not derailed by the trolls who like manners 101. And that's
Yeah.
most best way I can put it.
We get a lot of people that, they can't observe conversational decorum, and this is everywhere. You get halfway through what you're trying to say and they, just can't help. They got to jump in and start saying something.
Well,
I run into that everywhere.
That's because they're formulating their answers. They lack the ears to hear. They don't listen.
Why? Here's the big question there, Peter. Why the fuck have it at all? Why do you need to expose children to that sexual deviance in the first fucking place?
Everybody should give a crap about that. Like, everybody should give a crap about grown-ass men wanting kids to watch them dance sexually.
Amen.
Why don't you give a crap about it would be a better question.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent point view.
Thank you.
Excellent viewpoint. I'm sorry, Flo. I'm very ADD, so I'm like,
you're fine.
And Peter, I'm sorry. The Dutch are some fucked up people, man.
This is how the term discussionation came into being a few weeks ago. Because
I mean, for real, they've always tolerated a great deal of decadence in the Netherlands. Absolutely.
But Dave, honest question, and I'm asking this to you and Flo both. How many people jump onto your streams to actually have a conversation?
Quite a few. Probably quite a few, relatively. I mean, I think.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't think so, Flo. I've been watching.
Maybe not.
I don't know. I get a number of people come on here that are like Flo comes on all the time.
Yeah.
Most of my people, the only ones I ever have problems with are like fucking Rasta Bear and just drone and drone and drone and drone, and then nothing they say is going to any kind of fucking point and shit. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro?
Hold on. Hey, no, I got 30 days in Facebook jail for posting a picture of a family friendly drag event. You're gaslighting people. This shit is sexual, full stop. Mm-hmm. The only thing that drag is men acting like the other sex. It is literally, explicitly only sexual. You're lying.
All right, Flo, y'all mind if I go off on this tangent on this?
No, take it away. I'm just distracted by this douchebag a little bit. But go.
I take it we're not reviewing the debate anymore.
No, we're done with that, Dave. You want me to talk dicks? We're gonna talk dicks.
No, well, I didn't really want you to talk dicks. I was, let you show what you got in the mail and shit. I really wasn't wanting to kind of go down that alley. Kind of wanted to stay on topic.
It's on topic, but it ain't on topic. So, they said that Oh, goodness sakes. I've got so many thoughts in my mind. I don't even know how to compress them. You know, we're told that when good men do nothing, evil prevails, right?
Mm-hmm. I was just thinking that as I read this comment.
What is it?
It says the Dutch are mostly still very conservative in their own opinions, but do not want to force their opinion on other people.
Oh, excellent intro, Dave. You know, I used to believe people were inherently good until my beloved father showed me differently. But there are many, many, many good people. But in order to not be targeted, they turn a blind eye. Does that make sense? They refuse to rock the flipping boat.
Mm-hmm.
So they are complicit in evil, and they don't understand it.
Just like people say, oh, there's good cops. Well, why aren't they doing anything about the bad cops? Right?
Exactly.
For evil to prevail, it only need for good men to stand silent. That's
Amen.
it. You know, stand up for what's right. You know, don't sit there. If there's somebody farted, say, who the fuck shit their pants? Don't just pretend like it's not there. You know, one of y'all shit your pants. Who was it?
And Dave, I'm gonna back that one up with who in this chat has never farted?
Me.
Let them cast the first stone.
I like to do it in an elevator and then get out. Trapped in there for the next group that gets on. See,
that's what door lock is for.
This ain't
the window lock. The window locks if you're driving.
Oh yeah. This happened to me in a store one time. I was at the greeting card area, and I had one of those real hot, silent, nasty, foul, man. And it started permeating there in the aisle. And there was this old woman. She was probably in her 80s, right? And she's looking at greeting cards, and it got over to her. And she looked at me and she said, "I'm sorry." I was like, "Oh, it's okay." She thought it was her. That was fucked up. She thought my fart was hers.
Dave, you know what is beyond embarrassing about that is when I was injured on the job, right? And it was like it took him 8 months to diagnose what the hell I'd done to my back. And it required 2-level fusion, 3-level fusion, and now I fuse shoulder to pelvis because of products to fix me. But it's like at the beginning, you know, you're walking down, and what people don't understand is when you go into health problems, what shuts down first is your digestive system. So it was like, man, I was like 8 months into it, into the back injury and shit. They couldn't even diagnose until 8 months. And my doctor said, "Oh, I figured it out. You ruined your facet joint. You need a fusion." But yeah, I'm moving. So good luck. Anyway, so yeah, we had that. But it's like you're walking down the grocery aisle, and all of a sudden this gas escapes you. And it is like the most vehemently obnoxious odor ever. And you go, "I did that? Oh, good Lord, have mercy. Bury me in his head."
Shit, back when I was drinking, I used to get them fucking Steel Reserve. Nasty fucking shit, right? But packed a hell of a punch.
Man.
And, you know, so I drank those a lot of times. Those don't do your digestive system a whole lot of good. And it was around Christmas time. This was years ago, man. And we stopped at this Chinese buffet in Harrisonburg and then was going to go Christmas shopping. So I had that fucking Steel Reserve and that nasty Chinese food brewing up inside my stomach. we got there to the mall, and I started having this gas that I was dropping while I'm walking down through this whole fucking mall. And you know how the malls are set up? You got all the stores are on the side, and there's people going this way and people coming back the other way, right? This is no kidding, man. I dropped one at the doorway of that place that sells all the smelly good soap and candles and shit like that, right?
Bed Bath and Beyond.
No, it's another place. I'm trying to think what it is. It's that's the only thing they have is like fragrance stuff, right? And people were stopping to go in that door, and when they'd start to go in that door, they're like, "Oh, now this is how bad this was," because I dropped these little clouds like all the way down to one side. Then when I was coming up the other side, I was watching people now over on the other side running into them and just going, "Oh," shit, like they were evil entities or something that just stayed there. I mean, I never saw anything like it. It took them really a long time to dissipate or something, but that was the worst. But I think that was because my guts were about half rotted from drinking anyways. It's anyway, let me get back onto this thing. I got to go about a half hour of it left and then I'm going to cut it and do like part 2 tomorrow night. But this guy's making some interesting points. But the thing is, this guy don't fall down the theoretical bullshit hole, man, because it's like, oh, prove that my theory is not correct. Prove that my shit is no. I don't have to prove a negative, man.
If that is the cause.
I'm going to try to break this down for you, all right? And I want everybody who's listening right now, like, if you can't understand this, then
God bless America. The hell's going on now?
Maybe this conversation, this might just be out of your depth. But I learned this in my first year of college. It's not that complicated, all right? This is the reality. Let's say the earth is flat, Leo, think about it. Let's say the earth is a globe, right? Let's say it's for sure a globe. We don't know, but it is. And let's say I create a successful model like the Gleason's map, right? The Gleason's map is a successful model. Let's say I create a model, right, of the earth that works flat. Does that mean that the earth is flat? No, it doesn't mean that. Even though I create a good model, right? It doesn't mean that. That's a false cause, Leo. So models are not evidence. Evidence is observation and experiment. That's why I had to bring that up.
And that's something I want to make clear to people, man. Models and maps don't make things fucking true. Observations and experiments do.
Hey,
right,
Dave.
Yo.
I absolutely agree with him because, the more that, and if y'all don't know who I am, I've been disabled for since 98. I was drugged to a stupor to exist. And when God began waking me up, I have 12 to 24 hours a day to research. And I have been doing that. I lean towards a toroidal earth and looking at all of the history in that. I believe that the plausibility of an inner earth with its own sun actually may be. None of us have the answers. We all have pieces of the puzzle, and God's bringing us all together to put those pieces together, and it's a beautiful tapestry. So cherish the journey.
Yeah, man. You're absolutely right, Dr. Lau. That models are a reification fallacy. I agree 100%. Same thing with fucking maps. I mean, it's like, look, those are made outside of either of our control. You have no more verification of their accuracy than I do of it not being accurate. So stop with that. We're talking about the realm that you live in. Okay.
I still don't know how that's showing how I've committed a false.
Well, it might just be out of your depth then, Leo, because like I said.
Well, it's not out of my depth. It's the problem is that I didn't commit that fallacy. That's the problem. I didn't commit that fallacy.
So you don't think that saying we have seasons as evidence for the earth moving is a false cause?
No, that's not, because that is an explanation for why we have seasons. Because it is why we have seasons. The earth has seasons because it's orbiting around the earth.
How do you know that?
On its axis.
How do you know that?
Because if that weren't the case, we wouldn't have seasons.
That's the definition. You just repeated to me the definition of a false cause.
Yeah,
I can put your words in the
false
dictionary
cause is when you
as a definition for
attribute
false cause.
something else.
To give you a lot of time to talk there, Ross, we're going to hand it off to Leo. Did you have any other thoughts there, Leo? I just handed you the floor.
No, not on that specific point.
Yeah. Leo, like you have to show for sure that correlation is also causation. You have to show that. All right. So I don't want to get too deep into that, but like everybody who's listening, go look this up later, watch that part again and see if that's a false cause. It is. You have to come up with observations and experiments. And the only way you know that your experiment is successful is you have
God bless America with this thing. What's going on, Johnny Breed?
to have a control variable.
Not much
There's
in
no
back,
control
man.
variable or experiment at all.
That's my company now.
You're just making a
All right, we got a video to try to keep the audio down until we stop the video and stuff. Right.
statement. Hey,
Are you saying
and the third?
So you're saying that the differences in the seasons isn't a result of the amount of direct sunlight that either of the hemispheres is receiving?
Yeah, I do agree that the sun is the number one contributing factor to the seasons. Yes, I don't think that's anything to do.
Okay,
with
yeah. So
you know?
it's the sun in relation to Earth's position around the sun as a result of it being tilted on its axis, which affects the amount of direct sunlight that each of the hemispheres gets, and that's why we have seasons.
Well,
okay, so we're in accordance there. That's
no, like, think about it. We believe the same thing. We just believe the inverse, right? I believe in what we can verify, and you believe in what they told you, but it's the same process, right? We have seasons because of the sun, but it's because the sun is moving around top of us.
So this is the thing you got to realize about the heliocentric model. It is a Luciferian inversion of reality. Everything is the opposite of what it is in reality. Well, the sun is magnificently huge and far away. No, it's not. It's relatively small and it's close. Okay. They tell us that the Earth is small, little spinning ball. It's just going around this huge, magnificent sun. No, it's not. It's flat and it doesn't move. It's stationary, right? So it's like everything is part of this Luciferian inversion, and this permeates through the rest of everything in society. We have the same inversion. Healthcare destroys health. We have an education system that destroys knowledge. We have religious institutions that destroy the soul. I mean, everything is the opposite of what it's supposed to be, but isn't, you know? And
oh, shit.
so it's like, I like hearing what they got because I just go, oh, it's probably just the opposite of what that guy said, you know? And then I look into it and I find out that's exactly the case. So
we see the sun move around top of us. That's what we see observationally. So that's why we have seasons, because the sun is closer or farther based upon how it moves. And by the way, if we're moving around the sun, falling back into space, why is the sun in the same spot every single year for thousands of years? How are we randomly flying through space and the sun and the moon and the stars never really move off their axis?
Because they're moving too. Like the whole solar system.
Are they moving randomly?
As a single. No, of course not. They're moving in accordance
moving
with,
randomly.
you guessed it, gravity.
Well, gravity's already been disproven. So you're basically saying an act
No,
of
it hasn't.
God. You're basically saying an act of God makes something that we can't even conceive happen. Something that we're not seeing is not happening, but an illusion is happening, and it doesn't make any sense. But God is making it happen. That's basically your story.
No, my story is, well, the reason that the Earth is moving around its orbit and the reason the sun is moving is all due to gravity.
It's all due to gravity. So that's your evidence. Your evidence is, oh, well, I said the word.
Well, no, that's the explanation. The explanation is gravity. I've already given you evidence for gravitation. So.
Oh, not even close, though. You didn't give me one experiment or observation.
Yeah, I did. I told you about gravitational lensing, and then there's also the perihelion precession of Mercury, which general relativity predicts. There's black holes, which general relativity predicted. There's gravitational waves, which general relativity predicted, all of which has been observed. So we've observed black holes. No, we have. We've seen them because we know what the...
God bless America, people.
We know what they're like because we have
seen it too.
general relativity to tell us.
Hang on.
I've seen it too. Don't get me wrong. Like Lawrence Krauss is my favorite guy to listen to. So I've seen it.
I'm not a fan.
Well, I'm.
What is it, Barbara?
How many scriptures in the Bible talk about thinking themselves wise? They become fools. Are there?
I don't know. I'm not although I know a bit about the Bible, but I don't have the answer to a question like that. I've never really gone through and counted, but there are a lot of that regarding being a fool and foolish behavior. False pride cometh before a fall.
Amen.
You know, things of that nature, all regard to a fool. Peter here says that you know how Dutch kids develop an independent and curious children. They do not get homework until maybe 11 or 12, and they go out and play, bike around, and get independence. And well, that's when they're not at drag queen story hour, right? Okay.
I'm a big fan, right? But the difference is that I think for myself.
Yo.
So I can take off on what he just said, because in my youth, we had no screen. All we had was television, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's like until the sun went down, you were out. Like, your parents didn't want you in the house.
Right. A lot of times I can remember in the summer and shit, being home on summer vacation, you go out and play, and you come back and the door's locked. And you're like, I want to get a drink of water. Go use the hose. You know, and people are flabbergasted. They're like, what? You actually drank water from the hose? Well, fuck yeah. Why not? You know, I mean, kids are pussed out these days.
Well, Dave, you know, in my youth, you know, I'm like a decade older than you. So it's like the weather has dramatically changed. Times, I mean, Daniel 7:11, I believe it was, I think it's, no, it ain't Daniel's. I think it's Daniel 7:25. Times and laws will be changed. Has come into effect, as has Amos 7:11. My people will search for my word and not find it.
Yeah.
But the remnant, the few, are being gathered together. And it's interesting because, Dave, I read part of your anagrams.
Yeah.
On this channel several months ago. I think that you may need to redo. I think you may need to read that again in the near future.
Probably. Yeah, I think I was going to dig that out. I got it. I got everything saved up here in my mail. I gotta get through some of this here because I don't want to be on here all night. I have to do some stuff tomorrow before I go on that show. So
I'll zip it.
Right. When I look at something, data, I don't just take this other person's opinion on the data. I want to see the data for myself and come up with my own opinion. Right. So basically, I understand, like, yeah, we do see stuff up there, but that's all we do. All we know is that it's stuff up there. We've never been there. We don't know what it is. You're just claiming that it's that.
Oh yeah, we can figure that out based off of its its emission spectra. Like that's how we can figure out what stars are made of very far away. We can just look at their spectral lines.
What are stars made of?
They're made of plasma, which is super ionized
Plasma.
gas.
How in the fuck does he know that? This is another assumption treated as fact.
It's what you get when the electrons and atomic nuclei
I know what plasma is.
I know what it is.
But how do we know it's made of plasma?
Just 1 second, Ross.
Because stars are extremely energetic as a result of their pressures from gravity in the core, which creates temperatures hot enough to result in the nuclear reactions that release all of that energy.
Okay.
That forces that material into a plasma state.
Can
you show me an experiment that replicates that process?
Replicates what? The process like that's going on in the
core
of the star?
Making a star. We're talking science.
Making a star. I'm confused what process you want evidence for. The process that occurs in the cores of stars.
Created.
How a star could create what?
It could be created. You said that's how stars.
Oh, gravitation.
Can you show an experiment that shows that happening?
We've watched it happen. We've watched stars form.
Watch stars form.
When and where?
Fuck up.
I don't know specific dates. If you just Google stars forming, like
I said, Leo, one day
fucking nonsense, telling you how they think that it happens and that they think they may have seen one form. It's not going to do anything. And what you watch, fucking A, man. Where was the science involved with your speculation on what you think you saw? And this right here is from a game of telephone, right? Because he's iterating it because someone else told him this shit. This is the problem. He comes up, he's got an answer, but he doesn't know the details of the answer.
One day I hope to be able to be a religious man like you, where I can just believe what my pastor says.
I'm not religious. I'm a naturalist.
Go to church. I could go to church and let my pastor tell me, you know what? We saw the quasars and the asteroids and the stars, and we know what they're made of plasma. I know that for sure. I hope one day I get to the point where I could just let all this go. I could let down my hunger for truth and just accept that whatever somebody who might know more than me tells me, I just gotta believe. I admire you for that. I'm not gonna lie. I admire you for that. It takes a lot.
Well, I don't.
It takes a lot.
Don't think
I
that
call
way.
him a
You
damn
don't.
fool.
You've said multiple times that I think that way, but I don't think that way.
I mean, but all of your evidence is appeal to authority.
No, it's not.
Appeal to consent.
In any way,
Why in the fuck is
there's a difference between appeal to authority and argument from authority. Only one of them is fallacious, and that's argument from authority. If you don't give any sort of argument at all, and all you do is appeal to some authority on something, that's fallacious. But if you give an argument and then appeal to the fact that legitimate authorities in the area agree with the conclusions of the argument, that bolsters the argument, because these people are authorities. So appealing to them as
disagree.
non-authorities and non-experts
Right.
is what we have to do. This is the reason why, if there was something wrong with your muffler, you're probably going to go to your mechanic and not your dentist.
Right. Okay, so two things. Number one, these people are not authorities, not over me anyway. No governmental figure has any moral right to tell you.
Academics aren't government figures. They're hired by private institutions.
All these authorities that you're talking about are government figures, or the government.
No, all the authorities I'm talking about, physicists employed in like universities,
the government funded
CERN.
Programs. The government funded programs.
No, they're not. Like
they're not.
The physicists that work at the Harvard Smithsonian Center for Astrophysics.
1 second, Ross. You gotta let
That's a
him
private.
It's bullshit. They get fucking government grants, man.
That's a private institution. The government might fund projects, which it does a lot. That's kind of why we have the military that we do with the technology that we do, is because the government funds really cool shit that allows us to be.
It allows us to kill people and mangle them and make them die in all kinds of horrific, terrible fucking ways. Yay, science.
Bad people in other places in the world. Like, yeah, there's nothing wrong with the government.
You're lost in the
funding
sauce.
certain programs.
Okay, look, let me tell you something about your government, Leo. Right? Since you're going to talk about that, right? And don't get
know that's what the debate was about.
Listen. Just because you think Tesla, right, or SpaceX is a private organization, they're not a private organization. Any company that receives government funds is a government company. All right, I don't want to get into the ins and outs.
That's not how that works. That's just straightforwardly not how that works. No, it's not. Because what defines a private
let me finish. All right, Leo.
That's like saying I'm only a little bit involved with the mafia. No, babe, you're either in or you're not. That's
Leophilius.
All right, we are both on mute, fellas. We can't be talking over each other. All right, I'm gonna take you off mute. Gee, I almost feel like doing an any, mini, miny, mo, because you guys are both interrupting each other a fair amount. We're just going to remind everybody in the audience, we are going to be doing Q&A in a little bit here. So get your super chats in. They'll be read first. And if we have time for some extra ones in the chat, we'll get to them. And definitely hit the like button if you haven't already. Yeah, I'm gonna put you guys back on timers. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna do a minute, and I'm gonna hand it back over to you, Leo, and we'll see if we can get back into it. Any, mini, money, mo. Here we go.
That's strange. That's true. I do really want to say quickly, though, that I actually think there's been less interrupting in this debate than a lot of other ones that I've been in. I mean, we both kind of interrupted each other here and there, but
different moderators too, man.
Discussion so far. Anyway, the only thing I was saying is that the fact that a company like, say, General Motors, or rather Lockheed Martin, might receive billions of dollars in government contracts doesn't make it a government corporation. It's privately owned by stakeholders that make decisions, that have a board of executives, that run the company, that they all work together in making this is capitalism. This is how it works. These are privately owned firms. The fact that the government happens to also pay them for stuff doesn't make them government firms. That's not how economics works in the modern age.
All right, great. So you're right. That's not how economics works, right? But that is how this country works, all right? Let me enlighten you, right? Look, for real, look, if you listen, you'll learn something right now, all right? Let me enlighten you and everybody that's listening right now about what's really going on here in America, All right. America is not a country.
Can we keep this on topic?
Buddy,
like, I don't want to be that guy.
I
But
sat here so nicely and wrote my notes.
All right, we'll have 40 seconds for you, Ross. I got the timer on. I'll pause it for a second while you do that.
Listen. America, right, is a company, right? It's a big corporation that makes weapons. That's what it is. It's a weapons manufacturing company. All right, that's what America is. They don't take technology and try to make us safe around the world. What they do is they create fake wars around the world so they can take the resources from the indigenous people that live in those areas, colonize those areas just like they did in America, right? So that way the companies like Lockheed Martin that own this country, that's funny that you said Lockheed Martin's not a government country. This country is owned by Lockheed Martin. Lockheed Martin owns this country.
5 seconds.
This country does things to do the bidding for Lockheed Martin. We go to war so that way Lockheed Martin can take money from the taxpayers and use it to kill people. That's what's actually going on. That's not even up for debate. All right, please don't go.
All right, over to you, Leo.
I'm not really sure what my position's on the government, and I have.
Well, it's like, how is this going into government other than, you know, them being the ones behind any of this shit that we do with, you know, and if anybody tries to tell me that Elon Musk is just out there like a cowboy doing his own fucking space shit without the sanction of someone in charge, you're full of shit. That's all I got to say about that, man.
Hey, Dave, you should play that clip of Elon with like the jaw, the like is anything but human.
I don't know, man. I don't know about any of these people. I don't even know if they're fucking real, man. Tell you the truth.
I don't believe they are.
You know, they're just these puppets they put out there. Everybody, hey, here's this guy. Oh, look, everybody. Fucking joke, man. Come on, stupid.
I have some
computer.
opinions on the notion of the state. I'm just not sure what it has to do with this particular debate topic.
Honestly, I'm being honest, Leo. Other than the experiments that I brought up in the very beginning of the debate, nothing that you've been talking about at all.
God bless America. This is really getting me pissed off.
Have been scientific. We've been talking about the philosophy and appealing to authority and who thinks what and why we should believe these people that you think are authority over. That's what we've been talking about because you don't have any observations or experiments to back up what you're saying. And all I have is observations and experiments, but you don't want to deal with any of my observations or experiments. I gave you an opportunity. We quickly got off of that because you realize that there's nothing there. My points are ironclad.
Yeah, no, there wasn't anything there with your observations and experiments, and I kind of addressed them, like with respect to the ether. That I showed that does not show that the Earth isn't moving. It shows that the Earth isn't moving through an ether, which is reason to believe that there isn't an ether. Then we developed.
It didn't show it moving through a fucking cheese vat either, you know, and it also didn't show it moving through a fucking taffy, you know. It showed it wasn't moving at all through any medium. Dumbass.
Quantum electrodynamics, and now we know there's no ether. There is an electromagnetic field, however. So yeah, I mean, I've addressed all of that. I pointed out how electromagnetism doesn't explain gravity because if it's dielectric, then that means that it repulses as much as it attracts, but gravity is only attractive. Not only that, but you can do electromagnetism on gravitational field, so they can't be the same thing.
What is a gravitational field?
A gravitational field is usually a particular representation held in space-time that is defined by the metric 10.
Which, how do you have proof of that? Fuck.
Yes.
Okay. Listen, for the average person listening, I want the average person listening to know that what you said right there was basically nothing. The gravitational field
Would you
is
like me to explain what I meant by
made up place. It's a made up thing. It's a made up place that we can't confirm. That's what it is. But that's not scientific.
Well, that's not what I said. I said it's a
It is what you
space
said.
time.
Made up.
What the fuck is space time? Come on, man. Give me a bottle of space time. Dumbass. What the hell? They went from bad to worse with the whole space time thing. They went from bad to worse.
No.
Space time.
I mean, it's
space time also made up.
System. Well, no, space time's physical. We've measured that. So.
Hold on. Space and time is physical. Time is
space time. Space time is physical.
Okay, those are
Space
basically
time.
okay. Space is made up, time is made up, space time together is still made up. How is space time?
No, it's not.
Yes. It is. Stupid circle thing. This is real.
And how do we measure?
Because we can measure differences in the flow of time
How?
as a result of either extremely high velocity or extreme gravitation. So, for instance,
What control
clocks-
variable do you use to
clocks-
make sure that the correlation is causation? What's the control variable in that experiment?
clocks
Just
resting on the Earth at sea level
1 minute.
versus
ago.
clocks like that are, say, on our GPS satellites, which is why they have to be consistently readjusted. It's because the clocks on our GPS satellites literally tick faster, and we can measure that, and we have to account for it in order for our technology to function properly. That's how we know space-time is real. If it wasn't, then if space isn't real, where do you exist? If time isn't real, if time isn't real, when do you exist?
We can do
Where
that later.
and when would you put?
The answer to that is real simple. Now. You exist in the perpetual now. There is no future. There is no past. Time is an illusion. You live in the now because it's always now. No matter where you are, what you look at a clock or anything else, when it comes down to it, it's always now.
Hey, Dave.
Yeah.
I'm going to interject on that point because I have been buying Skechers with a T since like
Where?
the 1990s, right?
Does it say it on it? Let me see.
Well, no, it doesn't. It's missing the blasted T. I don't know if I
Yeah,
can.
that's the problem. Yeah, they're all missing it.
This is like my 8th pair. I got tennis shoes. I've got snow boots. I've got motherfucking dress shoes and Skechers, and all of a sudden, all are missing the T.
Man.
So what is happening with the T's? And
I don't know, man.
even
Mr.
greater.
Mr. T said that he's the only T that's ever been in Skechers. So
Yes, but
the
Dave,
troll.
why are the S's disappearing? As in serpents.
Oh yeah, I know. That's interesting. Yeah, we'll probably go over that on some stuff here when we do some Mandela Effect shit.
All right, I'm done.
If
Go
there
back.
was no space-time.
That's philosophical now. Let's not leave
But
experiment.
you're the one saying they don't exist, which is itself a philosophical claim.
Well, I'm saying that we can't measure. I'm saying anything that I can't observe or measure through experimentation, then I'm not going to assume that it exists. No. So I just want to let you know. I want to let you know that what you're talking about measuring the difference between clocks and whatnot, that also is false cause. That's a textbook false cause fallacy, right? Because you have to have a control variable. You have to have a control variable that you can manipulate in an experiment so that way you can prove that the effect that you're claiming comes from a certain phenomenon is that effect. You need a control variable. You didn't describe a control variable. For example, in my experiment, the control variable is what?
That's not how
I'm
time
wrong about
dilation
that?
is derived. Yeah, you are. We know that time dilation and length contraction are things not because we physically observe them in reality, but because
they're not real.
They're inherent in the space-time diagrams that we have to use when we represent when we do physics.
It's a concept. Okay, it's not a real thing. Okay, and unless it's a real thing, it can't be. How do you manipulate something that's not real? How is something that's not there manipulated? I mean, we can manipulate time merely by changing our concept of it. Athletes do that all the time. Okay, that's why a guy can hit a ball traveling, phenomenal speeds at him with a little fucking piece of wood, right? It's because he's actually literally slowing time down in his mind in order to interact with that. If you've ever been in a bad accident or something, you probably could remember every fucking second of it like it lasted a long time, but it was like real fast.
So Dave.
Also, likewise, you know how they say time flies when you're having fun, right? Like, wow, how did that, where did the hour go? Geez, you know? So it's a construct of the mind. We quantify it with movements based off of our sky, and then further quantified that into mechanical means.
So
Okay.
Dave, may I interject here for just a moment? How many in this chat? I mean, it's like the last 2 days. I like am looking in my time sets. I take a screenshot, and 30 seconds is suddenly like 4 flipping minutes later. How the hell is this possible?
Yeah. Well, because it's only a construct in the mind.
Absolutely.
We quantify it through mechanical means, but it doesn't make it any less of a concept.
Yeah.
More diagrams, more made up things.
Yes.
That's like,
yes, that's what
nothing
physics
real.
is
All right,
about. There's a lot. You use a lot of diagrams.
Nothing
yes.
real. No, nothing real. No experiments, no observations. All right. If we haven't observed it, it's not real. Time dilation is not real. You understand what I'm saying? You know why? Because by definition, it can't be real, because time dilation is, in a nutshell, I'm making it simple. I know it's more complicated. I'm making it simple. Time dilation is because we're moving, right? Our measurements are off because the ruler's shrinking, the car is shrinking, and guess what? Even you're shrinking. Your eye is shrinking. So we can never tell. If we can never tell scientifically, that means we can't observe it. It doesn't exist. Listen, I get it.
We have observed
really intelligent. These people are so intelligent. They have convinced you guys that everything that they're saying has been backed up by a scientific experiment, and it hasn't. None of it has.
Yeah, it has.
Huh?
Up to a minute.
I mean, but both length contraction and time dilation have been observed. We also observed them in the muon rays.
By definition,
yes, up to an atmosphere. And by definition, they're there because they're intrinsic in the space-time diagrams you have to have if you're doing physics.
That's a real
if you were trying to understand things moving at relativistic speeds, and you didn't use like the Lorentz transformations, you wouldn't get the right answers. So what that tells us is this is a feature of reality. This isn't just about how we measure it. And length contraction and time dilation actually come from how the structure of your space-time diagram changes. So as you accelerate, instead of your axes being at a right angle to each other, they actually begin to contract upon each other. That's what you're. So if I, being on the Earth, sort of Lorentz boosted into a reference frame of a particle moving at very close to the speed of light, I would see its space-time diagram like that, whereas I would see my own at 90-degree angle. So it's about the structure of space-time itself when things move or when we observe.
So Dave, can I ask you a question here?
Just a second here. What the fuck is going on with this thing? This is really pissing me
Things
off.
moving at very.
I saw some people talking about that lion and lamb thing in the chat just now, and I found some residue. I was on Facebook, and they have these prayer coins that they were selling, and it had the Lord's Prayer. So it's got prayer hands on one side, and the Lord's Prayer is on the back side. And Barbara, I'm getting feedback from you, hon. I'm going to mute you for a minute, okay?
Okay.
So on the back side of this, and I'll show you real quick. On the back side of this is, oh shit, where did I do with it? Hang on a second. Oh, I got to bring it up big. There we go. There. Okay. So we got this. Okay. And you can see it's this coin that has the little handles on it, or the prayer hands on it. And then here on the back is the Lord's Prayer engraved on the back. And we can see here, give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive them that trespass against us. So neat little bit of residue that I found on Facebook. I thought it was kind of interesting. Where'd Barbara go? She left us. So we'll go just a few more minutes with this. I'm going to have to shut it down. I didn't mean to get go off the rails and shit, but we still had some fun here. And we learned some stuff too. Love me some dirty. Yeah, I bet you do, Chicago Cubby Bear. That's what I heard. Anyway, Is it true about, the German Scheisse porn rumor? I'm curious. No, I'm just fucking with you, man. So
very high speeds.
Right. So everything we're talking about right now is completely theoretical. It's completely philosophical, and none of it is science. So you're literally talking about math, right? You're talking about math and how certain things fit in your math equations, so that way they can properly explain what they think they're seeing on the earth. Like, I know you said a lot of words, but essentially what you said is they came up with a math equation that was supposed to explain what was going on. It didn't work, so they had to come up with something called time dilation to fix why what they were predicting did not match reality. Essentially, that's what you said. So you're saying that, you know what, they were wrong, so they made this up, which we can't detect to cover the fact that they were wrong. That's the bottom line. We almost don't know anything in the grand scheme of what's really going on in the universe.
they made up something else to cover up something else that they had made up, and that's the best way I've seen it put in a long time. Really,
our knowledge is close to zero than it is to knowing anything. We pretty much know nothing. Let me tell you right now, they want you to think that they know everything, so that way you rely on them for everything. It literally is that simple. That's where the rubber meets the road.
He's got that right, man.
You say we haven't observed these things, but we have to correct for them in order for our technology to function properly. So I don't know how much. Our GPS satellites. If we didn't correct for the time dilation in 24 hours, the GPS on your phone or in your car would be off by 7 miles. We get to consistently readjust the clocks.
No, it wouldn't, because it's not coming from a satellite in space.
Dilation effects, because they're 14,500 miles.
No, they're not. You don't have any fucking proof that you're getting anything from. You're not. Your GPS is not communicating. Think about this. Just think about the absurdity of it. Okay, this is dumb. But anyway, I mean, it is absurd. I'm getting a little tired too.
Above sea level. So yeah, I'm not sure where you got your physics education, but I don't think that it was from any accredited.
Still has 25 seconds.
I once was educated, but I got better.
If you, all right, I think he seeded it. All right, go ahead, Ross.
Okay. Well, I don't have any physics education. All right, everything I'm reading right to you right now comes from the physicists that built the world that we live in today. You just don't want to agree with scientific consensus.
And how come their textbooks?
The freak, it doesn't really prove that at all. It postulates that. It's a hypothesis, but they don't have any proof of that. It's all based on fucking. There's no science behind it at all.
I'll let you go. Just let me finish, because you're in the church of scientism, right? And by the way, when you said that, right, it actually reminded me of something I didn't bring up in my presentation, right? So if you want to talk about, right, like navigating, right, and GPS and all that, did you know that on the Gleason's map, right, if we navigate using the Gleason's map, airplanes and ships, then we don't need to use any form of magnetic declination. The compass works perfectly. But if you use it on a globe, there's a whole magnetic declination chart, and you basically have to adjust where you're going, right, based upon what the GPS says you're doing, right, based upon what the globe maps say you're doing. You basically have to correct the way you travel along the Gleason's map. That's literally just like another point for the fact that whatever plane we're on is a flat plane. It doesn't say anything about the overall world, but the area that we're navigating, it's obviously flat and matches the Gleason's map. Magnetic declination proves this.
No, I don't really know anything about that, but I did want to say, you keep saying that, like, you're quoting what the physicists are saying, but everything that you're claiming they're saying is not in their textbooks. It's not in their lecture series. It's
you've
not
never read
in their research.
You've never read?
So I'm just confused. I'm just confused as to why you would think the physicists are saying these things that they're clearly not saying. There was something else you said. Oh, yeah. I'm not a scientistic. I don't hold the scientism. You see, a lot of people, like creationists and flat earthers, throw out the word scientism, but I don't think that they understand what this is, and that this is a particular view within the philosophy of science more specifically, but within philosophy, or you could say metaphysics more broadly, where one believes that the scientific methodologies that we have for understanding the world are the best methods for understanding literally anything about the world, including things like morality or aesthetics or things like that.
No, it's an excuse to detract away from those things. That's exactly what it's for. Those guys gaslighting.
More abstract concepts. I don't hold to that view. I'm not a scientistic, so I would appreciate if you didn't refer to me as one.
A scientistic?
Well, I mean, I can respect that you think that, but I'm gonna break it down for you. I mean, word for word, like I said, like linguistics was one of the first things that I studied when I went to school. You feel me? The reality is you believe in things without evidence, right? Without confirming the evidence.
That's not true.
Yeah, I mean, you haven't given me evidence for anything, any of the things that you believe.
I have.
I mean, you say that, but it's not real evidence. This is why I keep bringing the facts.
It is. That's why it's contained in the research that the professional physicists do.
All right. Well,
because that's the standard.
I just want to read something.
You've chosen to reject that standard because obviously, if you
I'm
didn't,
rejecting
you
the
would
scientific
be in a
method.
very interesting predicament.
But
that's the standard.
Now, see, the thing is too is that when we start talking about movements of shit in the sky, we're talking about movements we don't really understand why they're happening or what the things that are moving are. Now, they've made up what they think they are and what they want you to believe they are. And they've made up a reason for why the things are happening, right? Because if they have these answers, then you think of them as smart. But they don't really have those answers. But the thing is, neither do we.
Hey,
Okay?
Dave.
So arguing about that fucking nonsense is pointless. Take it down to the fucking basics.
Dave, excellent point. Because all of the Globers that come onto your channel, none of them have ever passed the firmament. Neither have any of us.
No. No, I've never been through it. Nobody's been there. Nobody's getting out of here alive. Okay, not like this anyway. All right, and so this whole thing about trying to break through it, that's not going to happen. What hubris you must have to think that you could defy something like that.
Well, Dave, imagine the arrogance it takes for people to actually say, number one, they know the truth. Well, I mean, good Lord have mercy. None of us know the truth. We've been lied to about everything.
Well, of course. That's how you maintain control.
Absolutely. The only truth we know is the inherent truth written in our hearts. We know good from evil.
Well, see, this is where it comes down to me with the idea of statism. Okay.
Exactly.
Because I have a hard time because somebody's costume or special hat or whatever the fuck it is that somehow gives them authority over me. And I'm like, no, dude, you're just another person. Where do you get this? The only place you get it is through ultimately the violence. There's violence inherent in government because that's the only way that you can get it to operate is with the barrel of a gun.
You know what the worst thing religion brought to man was right is might. That is the thought process of the church.
But might does not make right.
Absolutely correct.
You know, that's stupid. That just makes you a bully. Yeah. Well, people believe whatever they're fucking told as long as it's the right person that tells it to them. That's what it comes right down to.
But Dave, they do that because they believe that if they don't rock the boat, they won't have their like anchors or whatever the hell rocked, right? It doesn't work that way. It's like
if somebody points out the illusion, it doesn't make it any less of an illusion, you know. It's just whether or not you choose to see it as something real or as an illusion. And like Brian Young said the other night, it's in your head. Governmentus, control of the mind. It's in your mind. That's where it comes. That's the only way it can exist is because you have to accept it in order for it to exist. And
Dave, I'm about to blow your mind, right? You know how I am about anagrams, right? Okay. Teacher, anagram it. cheater.
That's
It's
a good
like
one.
I can go on for hours on this shit because
Yeah.
that's all I do. I mean, it's
Right.
like God tells me to anagram, I anagram. I know I can do your anagrams and I can know who is of my father and who isn't.
Holy shit! Look at it's after 2. Ha! 2:12. It's boiling point. Yeah, I'm gonna have to cut off here. We're going 4:37. My internet's acting wonkier and fuck, I don't know why. And so I'm gonna go
I
ahead
can
and
tell
sign
you
out
why.
here. Huh? Yeah, I
I
know.
can tell you why.
I'm always dicking with my signal, man. Always. It's all right. We got it out. We're good for tonight. We'll come back again tomorrow night. We'll see what's going on. I've been trying to get a couple of these fucking trolls on Facebook to debate, but so far, no crickets. I had the one guy, Martin, and he dazzled us. He said weight was caused by gravity. I said, how do you know it's caused by gravity? He said, because it is. Shut me right down, right? Whew. Because it is. Never thought about that answer before. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and sign out of here. Barbara, I want to thank you for coming on here tonight. And I am glad that you enjoy your little
Hey Dave.
bag of phalluses. It's a satchel of Richards.
Hey Dave, can I like have like 30 seconds, please?
All right.
All right. I have my bag of dicks, right? Facebook awarded me the award for being able to see a prick at a mile distance, right?
Yep.
So it's kind of like we're all good.
Right on. Right
I
on.
love you all. Oh my, Dave, I absolutely treasure and cherish your chat family. So kudos.
All right.
Yeah, all are the
Well, we
best.
all love you too, Barbara. Thanks for coming on tonight. All right. So, everybody, I'd like to go ahead and tell everybody don't forget the Lord loves a working man. Don't trust Whitey. See your doctor and get rid of him. And do not believe any bahooey, twiddle twaddle, or mind fuckery. Everybody have a good night. We'll see you next time.